Testing 1, 2, 3.
I'm here. Casey, is Mr. Bug in the courtroom?
He's not.
Thank you.
He's not.
All right, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Bug, if you could make an effort to speak a little bit slower, the court reporter might be having a little bit of difficulty capturing everything you're saying. And yes, move that microphone a little bit closer to yourself. I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Atkinson, you may continue when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. We tender the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bug.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Mhm.
Let's talk about your Sprinter vehicle. Now, you mentioned that it has passed some sort of test. What kind of test did it pass? Safety test?
To my understanding, it has passed European and US rollover safety test, all FMSCA requirements.
Do you have any proof of that?
I do not.
Does it have a roll bar?
It has a reinforced structural frame.
Does it have a roll bar?
It does not have a roll bar, no.
The roof is what, made of glass?
It's metal with a glass ceiling, yes.
What kind of glass?
It's DOT approved safety glass.
The same kind you put in the windshield,
I believe so.
but you don't know.
I only know it is DOT approved via the stickers on the windows.
How much does that vehicle cost?
It's approximately $180,000.
Is it, did you pay for it in cash or is it on type payment?
It is owned free and clear by Purple Mountain Tours.
So what are you gonna do with that vehicle for the months that you don't have this authority, assuming you get it?
It will be in storage.
And did you say that you have luxury limousine permit?
Yes.
Are you using that permit?
We offer private coach options for people. We have not utilized it. We haven't had anyone book those luxury limousines for weddings, although we do have future bookings for some wedding events.
Okay, well, you've had a number of, we haven't gotten to them yet, but there have been a number of letters of support attached to your application. Are you operating now?
Yes,
Under what authority?
we have an off-road charter permit as well as a luxury limousine permit.
Okay, and are you selling, how are you selling the seats on those?
We are currently selling by the seat.
By the seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, both the luxury limousine and the ORC?
No, sir. Only under the ORC.
Under the ORC, you're selling individual seats?
Yes, sir.
And under the luxury, you're not?
No, sir.
What vehicle do you use for the ORC?
Both vehicles are used for the ORC.
What's the seating capacity of the Sprinter?
14 plus 1 for the driver.
And I believe you have a Kia Telluride.
Correct.
What's the seating capacity of that?
Would be 7
With or without the driver?
with the driver.
With the driver. And what do you consider that vehicle to be luxurious?
Yes, sir.
What makes a Kia luxurious?
It's a high trim level. It's the fully loaded version. It has dual moonroofs, leather interior, heated ventilated front and back seats. Would qualify for everything under luxury. It also qualifies over $50,000 as well.
How much did it cost?
I believe its purchase price is somewhere around $60,000.
And is that fully paid for also?
Yes.
Now, you had some comments about the seat belts in green Jeep vehicles. You said they were go-kart seat belts.
I said to my knowledge, that was the case, yes.
What evidence do you have?
I was showed an Amazon page for those exact seatbelts while I worked there.
I didn't get that. Say that again.
I was showed an Amazon page for those exact seatbelts that are in the vehicles while I worked there.
Who showed you that Amazon page?
I believe Nikki Schultz did. I may be incorrect, but I believe so.
And when was that?
At some point during my employment.
You don't recall what day?
I do not recall what day.
Do you remember what month it was?
No, sir.
But you recall she showed you an Amazon page.
I recall seeing the ad and posting for them, yes.
And what, from your recollection, made you think they were go-kart seat belts?
For one, they're child-sized. They won't fit many passengers, even much smaller than myself. Most passengers, I'm estimating here, probably over about 200 pounds, won't fit in many of those seat belts because they're so short. They also deteriorate pretty quickly. The reason I'd seen a posting was because they continue to be breaking on the vehicles.
How many times did you say would you have seen them break on your vehicle?
Between breakage of the buckles or missing buckles on my vehicle or other vehicles there, I don't have a number figure, but multiple times, multiple vehicles. When I left employment there, multiple vehicles were missing seatbelts completely.
And you are aware that you were supposed to report this, correct?
I did report it.
In writing?
I believe it should be written up.
Would it surprise you if you were to learn that there are no such reports?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, it doesn't.
Overruled.
It would not surprise me. It's the organization of vehicle reports was very lacking there. They were all piled into one big bin.
And who was responsible for that? Wasn't the office manager responsible for that?
Office staff, I suppose, was the responsible, sure.
In your application, you say that you were I don't want to mistake you, but you said you were chief guide. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what I stated in there without seeing it, but I was a guide for Green Jeep tours. I think doing primarily the bulk of their tours, or a large amount of their tours, yes.
And which vehicle did you use for tours?
I used multiples of their vehicles. Their Jeep Gladiators and some of their Jeep Wrangler X's.
And you used all of them?
No, there were several that I had refused due to safety concerns.
And what were those safety concerns?
Cords showing in tires, cracks in tires, as well as seat belts.
Were those brought to the attention?
Most definitely.
And do you have any evidence that you submitted those to the?
I don't have access to their company records, no.
No, but did you keep a copy of what you did for your own records?
No, I have not kept a copy of anything from Green Jeep.
You don't keep your own copy of what you submit to the Green Jeep, or what you did submit to Green Jeep, assuming you did.
No, sir. I've worked for many professional companies. Never have I had the opportunity or application to take a copy of a pre or post trip document.
How many other companies have you worked for? You said many companies.
I've worked for like 3 other professional companies.
Which are they?
I've listed them previously, but Heartland Senior Center, Heart of Iowa Regional Transit, which is a state agency, as well as S&B Portable and S&B Waste, I guess. So technically 4 companies, but 2 of them were conjoined companies.
Are they Iowa-based or Colorado-based?
The latter is Colorado-based. The former 2 were called Iowa-based.
I am confused. Please help me. You have an ORC and you have an LL permit. And you want to provide luxury service. Why do you need this CPCN?
That will give us more authority to be able to better serve our customers. We're able to serve those individual customers better that way.
What can you do with a CPCN that you can't do with what you've got already?
The CPCN would allow us to sell by the seat as compared to charter.
You just testified that you are already selling by the seat. Is that, did I misunderstand you?
No, sir.
You are selling by the seat right now.
Yes, sir.
Well, then my question is, if you're already selling by the seat, why do you need a CPCN?
We would like to be in full accordance with the law, sir. We did not start selling by the seat until more recently in the season.
When did you start selling by the seat?
I don't know the exact day, sir.
Who would know that?
I would have to consult our records. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Can you do that between now and Monday?
Sure, as possible.
Okay, do you have any familiar relationship with the lender?
Yes.
What relationship is that?
Objection, Your Honor. This information has been dubbed confidential, and as a result, discussion of it, to the extent it is relevant, should occur, should it take place offline.
I do agree. The name of the lender it is in the record. You have access to it. Do you need to ask any additional questions other than the name?
I do.
Okay, and we're gonna need to go into confidential session, but before we do that, let me just ask you, do you have other sort of categories of
Yeah,
questions?
I'll try to do all
Okay.
the confidential ones.
Okay, then let's just hold on a moment until, I get confirmation that we are not webcasting. Write this down. And Mr. Barr, how much more do you think you have for cross-examination?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
Okay, all right, we should be able to accommodate that.
Thank you.
Do you want to do it right now?
Well, if you only have 5 or 10 more minutes, why don't you go ahead and finish your cross?
Okay.
Not yet, not yet.
When Casey tells us that we're back on the webcast and out of confidential session. I'd also just like to note for the record, since we've got a couple of exhibits that are
Judge, you're muted for me. Can you hear
okay,
me?
sorry, Tracy, that was my fault.
Oh, okay.
I'll start that again. I may need to do some cleanup of our record because we've had 2 exhibits that were initially confidential, no longer confidential. We were in confidential session for those. And so to the extent that transcripts are ultimately ordered in the case, I will most likely work with the court reporter to ensure that the portions of the transcript that are no longer confidential are not treated as such. I just want to make a record of that now because we will most likely need to refer to the record that I'm making right now and fixing this in the transcript. All right.
And we're good to go.
We're good to go. Okay.
Mr. Budd, could you tell me whether or not the Kia Telluride has a roll bar in it?
No, sir. It's a factory vehicle.
So it's no different than any other Kia that you buy off the lot, right?
That's correct.
So what makes it so special?
I'm sorry,
What makes it so special?
I'd say, nothing makes that vehicle particularly special. It's a normal SUV, luxury SUV.
And what do you use that vehicle for?
They do smaller private group tours.
And have you provided any service in either the Sprinter or the Kia outside of Larimer County?
No,
Do you have any plans to provide service outside of Larimer County with either of those vehicles within the next year?
yes.
Where?
We plan future summer tours for next year across the Rockies for fall foliage, things like that.
Where?
We don't have specific routes created yet, but somewhere in the designated radius we're applying for.
Yeah, do you have anyone that will be testifying to a need for a service outside of Larimer County?
I'm not sure as to the extent of many of those testimonies, whether they feel the need.
You didn't talk to them?
I have talked to some of those witnesses, but I don't know what they plan to exercise in public need for us.
Do you have a 5-year plan?
Not a drafted plan, no.
So what is your plans for next year? Do you have any concrete plans for next year?
A lot of that is up in the air as to the result of this year in this permit.
Well, but you have a luxury limousine permit and an off-road charter, so you can still go fall color tours this year regardless of what happens here today, right?
Sure, yes, we could.
And you could tour the Rockies next year with those 2 permits. They're not territorially limited, are they?
No, they're not.
And they are not restricted to any kind of specific vehicle, are they?
The luxury limousine has restrictions of vehicle, but our vehicles meet those requirements.
So for you, there's no restriction on the luxury limousine because you qualify.
Correct.
And with the off-road charter,
We qualify for those as well.
is the Sprinter 4-wheel drive?
It's not, I don't know that to be a requirement for that permit.
No, I didn't ask that question. I just asked, is it a 4-wheel drive?
It is not.
Is the Kia a 4-wheel drive?
It's all-wheel drive, yes.
It's all-wheel drive, but not 4-wheel drive.
I believe it has a lock-in function, so it can operate as a 4-wheel drive vehicle. But it is, I believe, technically an all-wheel drive vehicle.
What are your revenues from your current services to date?
I don't know the revenue numbers off the top of my head.
So do you know if you're making a profit?
I know at this point in the season we are, yes.
But you don't know how much.
I do not. I know for the year overall, we will end up showing a loss.
How much of a loss?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Why do you think you will show a loss?
It was a slow start to the season. My understanding is for just about everyone in the state, according to some of our suppliers. And we do not even have a remaining tour vehicle until roughly the end of June,
Which do you consider your main tour?
or the Sprinter van.
You say you take that splitter brand
I'm
out?
sorry, can you repeat that last question, please, and answer?
Mr. Barra, do you remember the question?
I don't.
If I'm correct, I think you had asked which was the main vehicle used
Right.
for tours.
That's correct.
Correct, and the answer was the Sprinter van.
Okay.
So maybe just pull that microphone a little bit closer.
I'll have to hug it.
Yeah. You see how close mine is?
Yeah. And the Sprinter van you said is not four-wheel drive.
That's correct.
It's not all-wheel drive.
That's correct.
Can you take it out Fall River Road?
Yes,
And you've done so?
yes,
And it doesn't have a roll bar?
no.
How many seatbelts are in the Sprinter?
There would be 15, including the driver.
Is that factory issue?
Yes, from the coach builder.
So it's not from Mercedes, it's from the aftermarket.
It's from a professional coach builder. It is certified with a certificate of origin from them as well, though.
But it is an aftermarket product.
Yes. It's not from Mercedes-Benz.
The Sprinters don't come with seatbelts from Mercedes-Benz.
The driver's seatbelt would be factory from Mercedes-Benz. The passenger seats would not be.
Application. Do you have the application?
Mr. Barber, do you think you can wrap this up in the next few minutes so that we can get this other witness and it's already 11:15?
Maybe not. Maybe I was overly optimistic. I'm willing to break now to take that witness.
Why don't we go ahead and do that just in an abundance of caution?
Thank you.
Mr. Becky, go ahead and step down from the witness stand. And Mr. Atkinson, you want to go ahead and call your witness? I think that we have them on the Zoom session
Here
already.
we go. The applicant calls Sean Alder.
And what you're gonna need to do is turn on your camera and unmute yourself so that we can hear and see you.
Hi, how are we doing today?
Great, okay. If you wouldn't mind, try to sit down and be still. That way none of us get nauseated watching.
Yeah, I'm just give me just a minute. I'm heading down to my office.
Okay,
So,
and then let me know when you're settled. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand, so you're gonna need, that hand needs to be available to me.
okay, will do. Let me shut my office door. Busy summer in Estes Park.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes,
All right, raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
yes.
Please go ahead and put your hand down. I'd like you to state and spell your name.
My name is Sean Alder. First name SHAWN. last name A-L-D as in dog, E-R.
And before I tender you over to Mr. Atkinson, I just want to give you a couple of advisements since you are testifying remotely. First, you are not allowed to receive assistance from anybody that is there with you in your testimony. You are also not allowed to look at any documents to assist you in your testimony unless you are directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. Do you understand that, and do you agree to these conditions?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Atkinson, you may begin when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Alder, good morning. Could you please describe for the commission your current employment and where you live?
Yes, I am actually a property manager of a property called the Courtyard Shops and Flats. I live on this property at 165 Virginia Drive, currently located in downtown Estes Park, Colorado.
Thank you. Are you familiar with Purple Mountain Tour Company?
Yes, they are actually a tenant of ours here on the property.
And could you describe your familiarity with their business?
Yes. So I've been on one of their tours, which is quite fantastic. It's just one of the tour companies that is great for asset to Estes Park, like all the tour companies are, where they take people on scenic tours of Rocky Mountain National Park and surrounding areas.
And describe for us how you found the tour in terms of the interest of the tour and the nature of it and the quality of it.
I've actually been on a tour with Green Deep Tours and also Purple Mountain Tour Company. What I liked about Purple Mountain Tour Company is, you know, it was in the spring that Zach and Brooklyn actually asked us to hop on the tour if we wanted to. Of course, I'm their property manager as well. It was just a fantastic tour. You got 360 views, all of the mountains, unlike normally when I drive. You get that with both tour companies. One great thing that I loved about Purple Mountain Tour Company that sets them apart from the other tour companies is the retractable roof. Of course, in the springtime, it could be warm down here in the Estes Valley. And then as we pop up into the higher elevations, the weather can change just like that. I've been hailed on up in the higher elevations. So it was a nice addition just for Zach and Brooklyn just to close up the top, and then it was completely climate controlled. It is a glass top, and you still had the great, amazing views. So, and plus also too, all the information that Zach fed us with as far as history of the park, nature, wildlife, everything like that, very knowledgeable.
And do you believe that based upon your experience in that area that there is a public need for what Purple Mountain Tours provides?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So one thing I'm just going to describe. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Alder, there has been an objection and.
No foundation.
All right, in your response.
Your Honor, Mr. Alder's already established himself as a business owner and someone who's taken the tour in the Estes Park Valley, and based on his personal perceptions, he has the foundation to testify.
Overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Alder. You may go forward.
Okay, so just a little bit more descriptive of what I do here in Estes Park with this property. It is a multi-unit property, commercially zoned. We have 15 residential apartments on this property right here in downtown Estes Park. So in the year of 2022, me and the property owner, which of course I do not own the property. I just wanted to correct that. I work for the owner of the property.
Mr. Alder, I am sorry, I need you to slow down.
Okay, so sorry. I've never testified before, so I'm a little nervous.
I should have told you up front. We have a court reporter who is trying to write down everything that you are saying. And at this pace, I can't imagine, I'm sure she is struggling. So please just try to take a breath, slow down.
Okay. So just to reiterate, I work for the property owner here. This property has 15 residential units as well as a few commercial units on the property. With those residential units, we have started converting them into vacation rentals. So just to testify, with last year was our first year, we flipped 4 of the vacation rentals, or 4 of the residential apartments, into vacation rentals. We got them live on our booking platforms by mid-April. They completely booked out for the summer. I mean, we were brand new, 0 reviews. I mean, we did very well our first year. This year we've added 2 more. Eventually we will have 15 vacation rentals right here on the same property. Big thing into that is a lot of market research that we have done. We have done research as far as, what are the hotels doing? Are we able to get any bookings in hotels? Are we able to get any bookings in other Airbnbs in our area or the entire Estes Valley? I will say, just, I don't have any of that information, but Estes Park, for the most part, books out completely for the summer. This town has accommodated anywhere an average between 5 to 7 million tourists. And that is not for the entire calendar year. That is beginning in June, going all the way to the end of October. And those studies are done by Rocky Mountain National Park, which Estes Park is known as the gateway to Rocky Mountain National Park. So just from my experience, it's been a very busy summer. I have completely taken care of 6 vacation rentals here on the property. So to reiterate with that, there is tremendous growth within Estes Park. Estes Park is going into a direction of being more of a year-round desired destination. Through the winter of 2022 into 2023, all 4 of those units that we had, now we have 6. I just want to be clear on that. Those rentals booked up every weekend. So we had a lot of people from down in Denver, down in the Front Range, that came up to visit Estes Park versus busyness of the summer. So we had a lot of destinations for that. Also too, Estes Park still does rank within top 10 for destination weddings right now. A lot of our guests here at the vacation rentals are here because they are attending a wedding, but they're not just here for 1 day, 2 days. They're actually a 5-day stay. So of course, I believe that we all know a wedding is not a 5-day event. So they are exploring the park. They are exploring Estes Park. Of course, I've had a lot of questions.
Let me just stop you. We are way into narrative territory here. We need the attorney needs to ask you a question that you would be answering rather than giving a narrative. So, Mr. Atkinson, can you ask the question?
No, like I said, first timer here.
That's okay, Mr. Oliver. Based upon what you described as the interest in that particular area, what does that mean for Purple Mountain Tour Company?
What does that mean for Purple Mountain Tour Company? I feel it believes that as Estes Park grows, there is a need for growth for more tour companies. And to reiterate that is, Rocky Mountain National Park is a very desired place to visit, which they come through Estes Park. The timed entry reservation. I have had many vacation rental guests ask, what is our workaround? Because we can't get a timed entry slot. So that is when I actually do refer them to Purple Mountain Tour Company, because they're not required a timed entry slot and they can still take a tour of the park and see all the scenic views.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Quick question, because you mentioned it. You're referring business to Purple Mountain Tour Company. Is there any quid pro quo with your business? Is there also a tenant, or is this completely above board and just a referral based upon your experience?
Referral based upon my experience, for one, and also two, we are their tenant. So we have 3 different businesses here on the same property. We have a Mexican restaurant, we have Purple Mountain Tour Companies, and of course our vacation rental business. So we work together as a group.
And so you're not giving them a free month of rent by either testifying today or recommending customers to go to their tour company.
Absolutely not. They have actually given us discount cards for our guests. So just like the restaurant does give a discount card for our guests as well. So, but there is no discount as far as us as the property owner that go to Purple Mountain Tour Company or to the restaurant on site.
Do you also have experience with Green Sheep Tours?
Yes.
Briefly describe for us, Mr. Alder, how you find the differences are between Purple Mountain Tour Company and what they offer versus Green Jeep Tours.
Biggest thing is once you get up to the top, weather change, it gets very cold. You can be hailed on. The thing with Green Jeep Tours is it takes some time to get the covering on their vehicle. With Purple Mountain Tour Companies, it's just an easy pull of closing of the glass roof.
So in your opinion, Mr. Alder, should this certificate be issued to Purple Mountain Tour Company so that they can operate as a sightseeing tour business?
Yes.
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Alder, Green Jeep Tours attorney will now have an opportunity to ask you questions. Mr. Burrow, do you have cross-examination?
I do, thank you.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Alder. How are you?
I'm doing good. Well, thank you.
I have a few questions for you. You said you've taken Green Jeep Tours. Is that correct?
Yes.
When was that?
That is hard to describe. It's been a pretty busy 2 years. We've lived here as permanent residents in Estes Park for 3 years. So that was early on that we actually took that tour.
About 3 years ago, you said.
Yes.
Have you taken it since?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what you paid for the tour?
That I cannot remember.
Do you recall who the driver was?
That I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was an 8-passenger or a 15-passenger vehicle?
I believe it was the bigger vehicle. I do know that. Yes.
Do you recall if every seat was filled?
It was a full tour. Yes.
Do you recall what time of year it was?
It was in the spring.
Any particular month that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Early spring, late spring?
I would say more so early spring because it was very cold at the top.
Are your vacation rentals year round, sir?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Would it be convenient for you to have a tour company that operates year round?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that question?
Would it be convenient for you to have a tour company that operates year around?
I would say yes.
Are you aware that Purple Mountain's application here is only seasonal?
No, I am not aware of that until now.
Would that make a difference in your support for them?
No, it would not because there's other options.
How many other options are there?
As far as scenic tour companies, to my knowledge, there's Wildside, Green Jeeps, and Purple Mountain Tour Company.
Aren't there other ones as well?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not familiar with Explore Estes?
I've seen their vehicles around. I thought more of that they were more of a taxi cab service. So I'm not familiar with them.
Would you be surprised to learn that they have sightseeing service?
I mean, I would, yes.
But now that you know, would you be willing to call them?
Objective form is based on improper predicate.
Oh,
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Now that you are aware that Explore Estes has appropriate authority to provide year-round sightseeing service, would you call them for yourself or any of your clients?
If I had opportunity where like Purple Mountain was booked full, looking for other options, then yes.
And if it was after Purple Mountain stopped operating at the end of October, would you then call them?
Yes, I do. I do refer to Green Jeeps and to Wildside Tours as well.
Are you aware that Estes Park Trolley also has sightseeing authority?
I was not aware of that.
Now that you are aware of it, would you have any objection to recommending them to your clients?
Objection
No.
assumes it's not in evidence.
sustain.
Are you aware that Estes Park Shuttle has sightseeing authority?
No.
Are you aware of that company?
Is it also known as, if I could ask a question, is it also known as Estes Park Shuttle?
Yes.
Okay, so then yes, I do know of that company.
And are you aware that they operate service year-round?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware of it?
No, I just to reconfirm, I'm not aware of all the companies in this town and when they operate. Some are seasonal, some are non-seasonal.
Have you ever had any experience with Kemp Expeditions sightseeing service in Estes Park?
No.
Are you aware of them?
No, I am not, sir.
Okay, getting back to your trip on Green Jeep that you took about 3 years ago, how were the seat belts?
Seat belts, we put them on.
And did they stay on?
Yes.
And did they fit?
I didn't believe I had any trouble with that, no.
Okay, thank you. I know you testified that you don't do any quid pro quo, but you also mentioned that Purple Mountain gives out discount cards.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the amount of discount those cards covered?
10%.
Have you ever used one of them yourself?
No, I have not.
Aside from Green Jeep and Purple Mountain, have you used any other sightseeing companies in Estes Park?
No, I have not.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I just have maybe a couple redirect questions, but I'll be brief.
You may proceed.
Mr. Alder, I'm going to test your memory about something. About, in regards to your trip with Green Jeep Tours 3 years ago.
Mhm.
Did you buy a single ticket or were you part of a large private charter?
We bought 2 single tickets, me and my partner.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Alder, I want to thank you for your testimony. You are welcome to stay if you want to continue to watch our hearing, but that will conclude your testimony for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to push through to at least right at noon. So why don't we get Mr. Bug back on the stand? I'll just remind you, you are still under oath. Where we last left off, Mr. Barr was in the middle of his cross-examination. So Mr. Barr, whenever you're ready, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, if you could please turn to item 12 on your application, which is hearing exhibit 103. And it's page 4 of 9 pages.
And just hold on for Ms. Federico to pull that up, and it will be on any one of the 4 screens for you to look at.
Section 12, right?
Yes. On page 4. Have you got to that yet, sir?
Yes,
Okay. You can say vehicles are on order. How many Sprinter vehicles did you originally intend to order?
just one at the primary. There's probably just a typo there.
If you look at the top of the page, it says 3.
Yes, sir, that's the goal for future growth. It says proposed to be used.
Okay, and it says on number 12, vehicles are on order. Which vehicles were on order that you were referring to there?
Our primary Sprinter van.
It says vehicles plural.
Yes, sir, I just said that. I'm assuming that must have been a typo as I did that.
So there's 2 typos on that application, the 3 and the vehicles.
No, sir, the 3 is not a typo. That's proposed vehicles for future use. That's what the application states.
Okay, can you turn to the following page, page 5, and look down in part 14, statement of managerial fitness. See that?
Mhm.
Okay, where did you hold the position of lead trainer?
At SB Waste Services.
And what did you do as a lead trainer?
I train new drivers for both commercial licensing tests and to do daily operations of the vehicles. for job performance.
What did that entail?
That entailed educating and teaching on proper driving techniques for long vehicles, safety, daily procedures and practices for those vehicles, pre-trip inspections, how to deal with tight tolerances, movement of company equipment. In those cases, it would be dumpsters.
And where did you get that expertise?
At both that job prior to that, I had been trained in that company as well as the prior companies I worked for driving buses. Held many mandatory safety trainings, pretty constant training for safety on both those, especially when I drove buses. At least every other weekend was mandatory training.
Okay, now where were you lead a driver?
That would be also at S&B Waste Services, although as well as part of our regional transit.
You were a lead driver for the paratransit.
Yes, sir.
What the duties and responsibilities of the lead driver entail?
That's more just making sure the driving crew is happy, facilitated with their needs as far as anything they might need to get through their day. Generally, that's going to be more administrative rather than safety type things. So driver comfort and convenience type things like that.
Were you appointed lead driver or did you just assume that role?
I was appointed then,
By whom?
my supervisor at the time,
What was his name?
hers, and I don't recall.
Okay, and where were you a managing driver?
I don't know that I'm saying that I'm a managing driver anywhere there. I have
You-
management experience, it says.
It says he has held positions of lead trainer, lead driver, and managing driver.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Lead driver, managing driver being the same title, basically. So the same experience for those two.
So that was was that at the trash place or the paratransit?
That'd be at the paratransit.
Okay, and what multiple management positions have you held where you manage a crew of a dozen or more employees?
When I worked at Papa John's, I'd be managing a crew of anywhere ranging from probably 6 to 20 people. As well as when I was running as lead driver, managing driver there at the paratransit, I believe they had over 20 drivers there.
Did you get managerial pay for that?
There's a pay boost for a lead driver. Yes.
How much?
Objection relevancy.
Sustained.
And tell us about your Papa John's experience.
I was an assistant manager there, managing cash resources, crew scheduling, crew interactions, disagreements, complaints, anything like that, as well as customer interface and complaints.
When was that?
That would have been approximately 2005 to 2007 or 8.
How old were you at the time?
Objection relevancy.
I think it's relevant. He's talking about experience. I need to know when he was doing this.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. And let me note that you didn't ask him when he was doing this. You asked him how old he was. If you want to ask him when, that's a different question.
I think I did ask him if he said it.
Nope, you asked him how old he was when he had that experience.
Okay, well, when did you do it?
Approximately 2005 to 2008.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just a few, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Bug, did you receive any support letters from the public in regards to your application?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have approximately from exhibits 112 through 125 that are public support letters that were received, that Mr. Bug will testify received and presented by him to the commission for consideration under Rule 6203. I can go through each one if necessary, but that doesn't seem like an efficient use of time. I guess I would put it to the court how we would move for the admission of these exhibits, how it functionally happens. I guess I'd like some direction.
Sure, on the list that I have, exhibit 126 is also listed as a letter of support. Is that going to be addressed with a different witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor. It's through 126. I was mistaken.
I think what I'd like you to do is to lay a foundation. And to the extent that you are able to ask questions that lay a foundation for each of the exhibits, I think that would be fine. And just for the record, make sure you note what the exhibit numbers are. And then we'll see if there are objections to the admissibility once you've laid your foundation.
Certainly. Your Honor, would it be okay if I went through each one and then at the end, move for the admission of them as a group? That might make things move a little more quickly.
Yes.
Great. If I could take a look at exhibit 112, please. Mr. Bug, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as hearing exhibit 112. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a support letter from a previous customer of ours.
And by ours, you mean
Purple Mountain, yes.
Thank you. And you received this from Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Do you know her personally?
Not other than being a passenger on our tour.
And is this a letter that you presented in association with your application for this certificate?
Yes, it's been submitted more recently than the application itself, but yes.
And you processed and submitted this in association with that?
Yes.
Was there any quid pro quo with Ms. Woods for her to submit this?
No.
If I could look at exhibit 113, please.
If you would, it might be a little faster if you give me just a minute to open them all up, so then I can.
Oh, awesome. I'll do
Your
that.
Honor, I would like to do these on an individual basis because it's going to be a mess when we get to the point of having to review each one of these things.
He is going through them on an individual basis. He hasn't offered them into evidence yet. Are you suggesting that
Yes.
if he wants to offer them, you offer them after laying a foundation for each exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, and if you think you've laid the foundation for hearing exhibit 112, then you may offer it and we can address it right now.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The applicant would move for the admission of exhibit 112 into evidence.
Objections?
Objection, Your Honor. It is gross hearsay. There is not even a date on the letter. We don't know who this person is. She's listed as a witness. If she's going to testify, she should be able to, and only she can verify the veracity of this letter. And unless she is going to testify, I would object. It's gross hearsay, and I realize hearsay goes to, in an administrative hearing, goes to weight and not admissibility, but I would submit that the weight is so minuscule here without a date or any kind of identifying. Anybody could have written this. Anybody could have written this. So I would object.
Your Honor, in response, as the commission is well aware, the rules of evidence are not technically applied. With that being said, this particular letter of support complies with Rule 6203, subsection 17, as to the requisite elements of a letter in support of a common carrier application. As a result, we would ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Okay, so generally the commission has given pretty wide latitude in accepting letters of support, which really are technically hearsay. And I will just say how I have treated those is I do tend to accept them and give them the weight that I think that they're owed. In this context, there is no evidence in the record as to when this letter was written. It's not on the letter, it was not testified to. I would like just to hear about that, if your witness can, I'll go and ask the question. Sir, do you know when was this letter written? And if you do know, how do you know?
I know that it was received by us, I would say approximately a month and a half ago, I'm not positive off the top of my head. And we had asked previous customers for a outpouring support just within a couple of days of the original evidence due date for the first round of evidence. And this was one of the letters that was resubmitted to us then. So approximately within a week of the original evidence input would have been when this was written and received.
Okay, and I'm gonna give Mr. Barra another opportunity if you want to ask any other questions before I go on the
Sure.
admissibility.
Is Ann Woods going to testify in support of this application today?
No,
Have you contacted her today to determine whether she still agrees with everything she wrote in that letter?
no, I'm not.
I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. I can't cross-examine a piece of paper. It's got so many flaws in it. I would object to its admission.
All right, objection overruled. Hearing exhibit 112 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to now take a look at exhibit 113. Mr. Bud, we're now looking at what's been marked hearing exhibit 113. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes,
Describe how you received it, please.
I believe we received it via email, just like the other letter.
Same time period?
Yes,
Okay, so within a week and a half or so of the first evidentiary
approximately, yes.
deadline? Do you know Gloria Erickson personally?
I do,
And is she a former customer or a customer of Purple Mountain Tour?
yes.
Was there any quid pro quo with Ms. Erickson for her to give this particular letter of support?
No,
And was this sent to you, to your knowledge, in response to your request for support from your general customership?
yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move for the admission of exhibit 113 into evidence.
Objection.
And do you have the same objection that you posed to?
No, it's a little different.
Oh, why don't you tell me what your objection is then?
Okay. Let me ask a couple of questions on what here. Mr. Buck, did you write this letter yourself?
No,
Are either Gloria and or Dennis Erickson going to testify in this hearing today?
no, I don't believe so.
Does the letter indicate any problems with existing services?
It does state our vehicles as like no other currently offered in Estes Park.
I didn't ask that question. I asked, is there any complaints about existing service?
I'm sorry, like I said, differences in existing services. I don't see complaints of existing services, no.
And there's no evidence, there's no claim of in the adequacy of existing services in the letter, is there?
Objection, Your Honor, the letter sort of speaks for itself.
Yeah, and you're allowed to voir dire the witness on the admissibility of the exhibit. You're going beyond that on this. So do you have questions that are more directed towards the admissibility of the exhibit?
Actually, I don't have an objection to it.
All right, hearing exhibit 113 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could take a look at exhibit 114, please. Mr. Bug, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 114. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Describe what hearing exhibit 114 is.
Appears to be a public support letter received by one of our previous customers.
And what were the circumstances under which you received it?
As a request for support for public need for our company.
Was this the same time period we've been discussing?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you write this letter yourself?
No,
Do you know Gene Torgerson personally?
I do.
And was there any quid pro quo with Gene Torgerson for the production of this letter?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of exhibit 114 into evidence.
Any objection and or voir dire of this exhibit, Mr. Barra?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Which,
Voir
voir dire? All right.
Are you any relation to Gene Torgerson?
I am not, no.
How about your partner, Berglund?
Yes, I believe that is her aunt.
And did either of you ask her aunt to write this letter?
We asked for letters of public support.
And when did she take the tour?
She's taken multiple tours from us, paying full rate for all of them. I don't know those specific dates, but previous to this letter.
Is she going to testify today?
No.
I have the same objection. It's hearsay, gross hearsay.
I'm going to admit hearing exhibit 114 over your objection. And it is just at noon right now. Seems like with the number of exhibits we have left, we're not going to get through this. And I just also want to note that we have a little bit of a procedural abnormality here because you really should have offered these on his direct examination. And you know, I think moving forward, I'm going to give Mr. Barr quite a bit of latitude in his voir dire of these exhibits, because otherwise I don't want to do recross and then redirect. So counsel, in the future on exhibits, please make sure you do them on direct. I'm telling that to everybody because we're getting into some messy territory. Okay, so it's 12 o'clock right now. We will be, we're going to take a lunch recess until 1 o'clock. Mr. Bug, you're released for lunch, but you'll be back on the stand afterwards.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
before we officially get back on record, I just want to check in with the court reporter. Harriet, are you there and are you ready to go?
I'm here and ready to go.
I hear you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and recall proceeding number 23A-0078CP. We just came back from our lunch recess, and where we left off, I believe, we were still doing cross-examination. Well, actually, no, it was redirect examination in combination with cross-examination due to some exhibits that we were trying to get in evidence. So, Mr. Bug, I'm back on the witness stand for me.
Your Honor, could I interrupt for a minute? We have, again, scheduling wise, we have one other witness that was only available between 1 and 2. Is it, would it be burdensome if we stopped with Mr. Bug since we're sort of only on support letters and called Lisa at this time?
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with
I
it.
appreciate that.
Okay, and there, I see we have somebody on the screen. Okay. You could, ma'am, raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I swear and affirm that the testimony I give in this case will be the truth.
Okay, go ahead and put your hand down. State and spell your name for the record.
Lisa Spitz, Lisaspitz.
Okay, Ms. Spitz, I'm going to give you a couple of advisements. During the course of your testimony, you are not allowed to receive any assistance from anybody on how to answer your questions. And you're also not allowed to look at any documents to assist you in your testimony unless specifically directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. Do you understand these directions?
Yes.
And you agree to abide by them?
Yes.
Okay, one other thing I want to let you know is that we are webcasting this hearing. So you're on camera, you're being webcast on the internet. We also are, we also have a court reporter who is trying to take down everything that's being said during this hearing. So I'm going to ask you to do your best to speak loudly, clearly, and slowly. You may get interrupted if you go too fast.
Okay.
All right, I tender the witness to you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Spitz. Could you please describe your current employment and your current residency?
Yeah, my major employment, I'm a hairstylist at Salon Michelle, and I live in Berthoud, Colorado.
Gotcha.
And yeah, and I also work for Brooklyn and Zach 1 day a week here and there.
What's your role in working for Purple Mountain Tours?
I just do the office. I check people in and, you know, take some reservations. I'm in the shop if they need to sell sweatshirts or sell anything, basically.
Understood. And could you describe Purple Mountain Tours and what they offer and your perceptions of the quality of those services?
Sure. They have a really nice van that has a glass top that opens and closes. It's super nice for tours. It seats 14, and it's really nice for older people and younger people and all ages basically. And if the weather gets harsh, you can just close that top right up. And the Zach does a tour that's like no other, gives facts about Estes, the animals, the ecosystems, everything you would want to know about Estes, and it's pretty awesome.
Have you ever been a customer and ridden a tour with Purple Mountain Tours?
Yes, I have.
Gotcha. And how was that experience?
Oh, it was great. It was fantastic. I loved it.
Describe for us how the Purple Mountain Tours differ from what's also offered in that area and in the market.
Purple Mountain Tours is much more comfortable as far as seating goes, and also it is really good. You can get in and out easily. If the weather turns, you get protected immediately. The top goes on. It's just really good for any type of person, basically.
And did you have previous experience in working in the tourism industry in that area?
Just a little bit. I worked for Green Jeep Tours a couple months last summer.
Gotcha. And just to be clear, your employment at Green Jeep, did that end with you withdrawing from employment or under other circumstances?
Just the season ended, basically.
And explain for us, if you would please, how the Purple Mountain Tours differ from what you witnessed at Green Jeep Tours.
Just the accessibility. Green Jeep Tours, you have to climb up in the back of a Gladiator and sit on benches, which are a little less uncomfortable for the elderly or young children, or just someone that wants a really comfortable ride. They have plexiglass tops that open and close, and I had to bring like a wrench to close it, and it would take me probably 10 minutes to get that closed to protect someone from the rainstorm that came pretty quickly. So the water would come into the front, it would roll down the top and come into the front. So it was just a little more, the weather would be much more of a thing for Green Jeep Tours, and much more for, harder for elderly and people that had trouble getting in and out, and just a little less comfortable just because it's benches. But yeah.
How are you perceiving the public's need for Purple Mountain Tours offering?
Like I said, young people, older people, and people just that want a comfortable ride, real easy, not, any health conditions, broken arms, broken legs, I don't know, anything like that. Just comfort and, staying warm and not having to deal with adverse weather.
Do you feel there's a public need for Purple Mountain Tours, luxury sightseeing tours?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And is that something that you feel is being serviced presently in the market by other competitors?
I don't think that there's anything that is as nice as Purple Mountain Tours. I think that they have something that really can keep people comfortable and keep the weather out. And it's also got a glass top, so the visibility is really nice. And it just, yeah, I think every company has a niche and something to offer, but Green Jeep definitely, Purple Mountain Tours definitely has a niche and comfort for younger, older, or anyone that just wants it to be very comfortable, not too cold. And, people that don't want to get wet or have a bumpy ride.
Understood. So do you support Purple Mountain Tours application in this matter?
I do.
Thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last question. Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, the question was, do you support the Purple Mountain Tours application in this matter?
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Fitz, you said that you were a customer of Green Jeep Tours, is that correct?
I'm not a customer. I did tours for a couple months, and I only did it one day a week, and I'd usually do one tour.
You actually were a driver?
Yes.
I see. When you were, you said you were a customer of Purple Mountain too, right?
Yes, just a customer. I was not a tour guide.
Okay. How much did you pay for your ticket at Purple Mountain?
We paid $50. And it was the very first tour. It was a promotional thing, and it was just for friends, and a bunch of my friends came along.
And did you buy individual tickets?
Did I what?
Did you buy individual tickets?
Yes. As a group, basically.
But you each got your own ticket, right?
I think I paid for them.
Pay for all of them?
I believe so. I'm not sure, but I believe so.
So how much was it for the total for all of your friends?
I am not sure. I think I had 4 friends that came along. I'm not completely sure on how many, but 4 or 5.
And so how much did you pay?
I don't know. If I had 5, that would be $250.
So they're $50 a piece, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at my credit card, but I could find that if you needed me to.
Okay. And then you say that was a discounted price for friends and family?
Yeah, that was just a first time tour. Let's get our feet wet. Yeah. And
When did you work for Green Jeep Tours? What year?
it was last year, last summer. And I'm not sure if I started the end of July and August and a little of September.
Now, when you were giving these tours for Green Jeep, did anybody ever complain that they were cold?
Yes, absolutely.
And
We did have blankets that we gave them.
so you gave them a blanket if they said they were cold.
Yes.
And did you ever offer them to move up to the heated portion of the vehicle?
No, because it wouldn't fit everybody. Sometimes the vehicle had people in the seats already. There was no room to do that. And
But-
also the water would come into the vehicle as well from the top.
Only if it was raining, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that, how long have you been living in Estes Park?
I don't live in Estes. I live in Berthoud, Colorado,
Okay, how long have you lived in Berkeley?
since 1999.
And are you familiar with Estes Park and its transportation issues?
I mean, I became more familiar by working with Green Jeep and Purple Mountain Tours. I work for Slum Michelle, and Michelle is the owner, and her dad, he owned two businesses in Estes Park and also the trolley, the original trolley. Anyway, so I've visited Estes Park for the past 20 years. But I became more aware of transportation issues as far as working for Green Jeep and Purple Mountain Tours. And also just like COVID and having the park timed entry as well made that a new thing.
Are you familiar with a carrier by the name of Explore Estes?
I'm not, except I think some people were dropped off the other day to do a tour from Explore Estes, as far as I know.
I'm not following you. They Explore Estes, are you aware, is a competitor company to Purple Mountain and to Green Jeep?
Okay, no, I'm not aware. Maybe I was thinking of another type of transportation. I'm not aware of them.
How many transportation services in Estes Park are you aware of?
I am aware of, they have the trolley, they have the buses, Green Jeep Tours. There's another tour down the street that has like an open air, and they have rows of seats. I'm not exactly sure their name. And also Purple Mountain Tours. I'm sure there's some like other transportation, but I'm not aware of them.
Are you familiar with Kep Expeditions that specializes in handicap transportation in Estes Park?
I've never heard of them.
Have you ever? Never mind. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Your Honor, I just have maybe one or two redirect questions. Ms. Fitz, when you say you worked for Green Jeep Tours last year, I take it you meant 2022.
Yes.
When you were conducting tours for Green Jeep Tours last year, were those tickets sold on a single basis or were they chartered groups?
I think they could be both.
Objection. No foundation.
Overruled.
So Ms. Fitz, just to be clear, there were some single seat tickets sold by Green Jeep Tours in your experience last summer?
I believe so. I didn't handle any of that part.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Fitz, thank you for your testimony. That will conclude your testimony for us today. You are excused.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Your Honor, while we're on the run, we have Ms. Schockweiler, who I sort of gave the window until 2 as well. Would it be burdensome if we went ahead with her since she's ready to go?
I don't have a problem with
I don't
that.
have a problem with that.
Okay, all right, let's do that.
Great, thank you.
But let me just, because we are bumping around, let me find her letter. What number is that, please? What exhibit number is her letter?
I'll take a look here.
I think it's 120. Does that sound right?
It is 119.
Its title is Kathy Schwarzweiler.
That's a different one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I only looked at the last name. 120.
All right, hi there. If you could please raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I do.
Right, and put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Kira Schunkweiler. It is Kira Shonkwiler.
All right, I just want to give you a couple of advisements. One, you are not permitted to receive any assistance from anyone during the course of your testimony. Two, you are not allowed to look at any documents to assist you with your testimony unless you are specifically directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. And I first want to make sure you do understand those directions and you agree to abide by those.
Yes, I understand and I agree.
Great. Okay, one other thing, we do have a court reporter who is taking down everything that's being said. So I'm going to ask you to try your best to speak loudly, clearly, and slowly. All right, counsel, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Schockweiler, could you please describe your employment and your residency currently?
I am currently employed with the state of Colorado with the Department of Public Health and Environment. And my residency is Loveland, Colorado.
And describe for us your familiarity with Purple Mountain Tours.
I saw that there was a new tour company offering luxury tours. And so thought it would be interesting to go on one of those. I really love Rocky Mountain National Park, and that was one of their main advertisements. And so I decided to take a tour with them.
Did you take a tour this year?
Yes.
Describe for us your perception of the quality of their services.
They had great services. The ride was very comfortable, very pleasant, a lot of fun little things to kind of keep you going on a 2, 3, 4 hour, so several hour long ride. There were like snacks and a lot of opportunities to get out, and so it was really fun. And the vehicle itself was really unique. I think I haven't seen anything like that in Estes Park or really in any other mountain towns that I go to on occasion. So I had a great time. I thought the service was fantastic.
Have you ever had any experience with any other tour companies before Purple Mountain Tours?
Yes.
Okay, describe those and how they might differ from Purple Mountain.
In my experience, there's a range of different tour companies, but they all kind of have the same, open back style of Jeep, where perhaps there might be one front end that has a different back end. And, so they vary, we're very customized. There were differences in just in terms of lack of climate control. So if you we're coming from a 95-degree day, say on the Front Range, but perhaps forgot a coat or something, that would be a little uncomfortable for some folks, or they might have to go buy something, which is not a big deal, but there was no need for that in a more climate controlled environment, and just in general was more comfortable. A lot of the tour companies would have overhead bars that you had to be careful of, and certainly I'm just would get excited sometimes seeing the landscape, so I would forget about them, but that is my fault. I hope if I'm digressing in some way, just in general. Yeah.
If we could pull up, please, Exhibit 120. Ms. Schockweiler, we're showing you what's been pre-marked as hearing Exhibit 120. Could you take a look at that and let me know when you're ready to discuss it?
Yes, I recall this.
Okay. What is Exhibit 120?
This is a letter of support of Purple Mountain Tours to operate in Estes Park.
Did you write this letter?
I did.
Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to move for the admission of Exhibit 120 into evidence.
Objections?
What here?
Ms. Tina?
Thank you. Ms. Schockweiler, it says here you participated in many tours, but you don't list any of them. Can you tell me which ones you were talking about?
Okay, hold on one sec. Let me find, where are you mentioning that?
Second paragraph, fourth line.
Yes, I've lived in Colorado for 12 years now, and had gone on some tours right when I first moved here. And I do not remember the name of the companies, don't know if they're even still in existence, but and then more recently had been on another tour, and it just seemed to me that the fleet was some of these, the like off-road vehicles or the kind of open air vehicles had a commonality amongst some of the touring groups, and amongst that time that I had not used one for a while, it just seemed very similar. And there's it was fun, and I'm certainly, that is not to say I didn't have any fun, or that I was disappointed in any way. I just remember having an impression that there were it was a bit of more of a rugged type tour that people would be participating in throughout the various companies.
Sweet, well, thank you for that. I don't think I have any problem with this exhibit. No objection.
Okay. Before I admit this exhibit, ma'am, I'm just wondering, I don't know that I heard this in your testimony. When did you write this letter?
It was the summer earlier I don't have the best concepts of short-term memory, but it was in the last like three or 4 months ago. Sorry, I can't remember right now. The
Give me
exact.
an idea of how recent this letter was written. Thank you. All right, with that, hearing exhibit 120 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Schonkweiler, have you had a chance to read through your letter here to refresh your memory about it?
Yes.
And do the statements that you make in the letter hold true today?
Yes, that was my experience.
Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Do you have cross-examination?
Yes, a little bit. Ms. Schonkweiler, are you familiar with a carrier by the name of Estes Park Trolley?
I am familiar with the company. I have never used them.
Okay. How about Estes Park Shuttle?
I believe I have used them. If that's the shuttle company I'm thinking of, the free one that goes from the visitor center to the Estes Park Visitor Center to the visitor centers in the national park. I have used that very long ago when I very first moved to Colorado.
No, I'm talking about the one that you have to pay for. It's called Estes Park Shuttle as well.
Oh, okay. Then I'm not familiar. If that's not the same one, no, I'm not familiar with it. But I've maybe heard of them and got them confused.
And there is also the town provides a trolley, doesn't it?
Yes, I guess that's where it gets confusing for me. I know there's probably a dozen different kind of shuttle and trolley and transit services in the area. But I don't know all of them specifically by name. I have been in Estes quite a bit. I used to work there in terms of having to do research for the university. And so I just, whatever I saw kind of in my passing through town once a week, I committed to memory. But other than that, I haven't used anything for about, besides the last year or so, for probably about 10 years.
When did you take the Purple Mountain tour?
I think that was in June.
Of this year?
Yes.
And how much did you pay for your ticket?
I believe it was a little over $100. I didn't pay for it, actually. My dad did.
I see. Okay.
He took me along, so I'm like,
So-
sure, go for it. I'll let my dad pay for me. I'm 40.
How many of you were on this trip?
There was 3 of us that went. Yeah.
And so your dad bought all 3 tickets?
Yeah.
Nice dad.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's the best.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Redirect. Ms. Schonkweiler, have you ever ridden a Green Jeep tour?
Yes, once.
Okay. And can you give me a rough time frame when that took place?
I think that was last year during the elk rut, so sometime in the fall.
And did you purchase a ticket for a single seat, or were you with a private charter?
I did not purchase a ticket for a single seat. I was with the group.
Okay, great. And it was a private charter group?
I think so. I just was told to show up, and I was happy to be there.
Thank you for your time today. That's all I have.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, ma'am, thank you for your testimony. That will conclude your testimony in our hearing today. And you can exit our Zoom if you would like.
Thank you.
Your Honor, rolling right along, we have another witness there, Nicholas Hofstra. Is Gabrielle coming on?
Oh, I don't know if she's not.
She's not on yet, so I think we ought to just text her just to try to save as much time. And then just so the court knows, to avoid duplication of testimony, we will not be presenting in our direct case Brooklyn Carswell as a witness, so that should save us some time as well.
All right, go ahead and call your next witness.
We'd like to speak with Ms. Gabrielle Hibbert, please.
Ms. Hibbert, I see that you joined us, but if you could go ahead and turn your camera on and unmute yourself. Hi there.
Hello,
Okay.
how are you?
Great, okay. Now, if you could raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give here in this case will be the truth?
Yes.
Right, put your hand down. State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Gabrielle Hibbert. Gabrielle. Last name Hibbert, Hibbert.
Thank you. I want to give you a couple of advisements. One, you are not allowed to receive any assistance in your testimony here today. Two, you are not allowed to look at any documents while you testify unless you are directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. Do you understand and agree to those advisements?
Yes.
Right, and then the third thing I just want to let you know about is that we've got a court reporter who is taking down everything that's being said here today. So if you could please do your best to speak loudly, clearly, and slowly. All right, Mr. Atkinson, the witness is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hibbert, good afternoon. Could you please describe your employment and current residency?
I am a business owner. I teach horseback riding lessons and run a boarding facility. And I live on the property where the horses are.
And is that in or around Rocky Mountain National Park?
Yes, I'm in Loveland, Colorado, so we're about 45 minutes from Estes.
Understood. Describe for us, if you would, your familiarity with Purple Mountain Tours.
Purple Mountain Tours is a tour company for Rocky Mountain National Park.
Great. Have you ever taken a tour with them?
I have.
Describe for us your experience on the tour.
We did a half-day tour. I think it was about 4 hours. Zach Bug was the driver and tour guide. We got to ride in their special van, which I thought was a very unique experience. And me and our group had a lot of fun.
How did that experience stack up against other tours that you've had experience with in the Estes Park area?
It was way more unique to me because of the vehicle and the history that Zach provided on Rocky Mountain National Park. The other tours that I've had, the vehicles were not as accommodating.
Have you ever taken a green Jeep tour?
I have.
What were the differences between the green Jeep tour and the Purple Mountain tour in your experience?
The green Jeep tour, we were completely outdoors. Luckily, it was a nice day, so we didn't get rained on, but we were way more exposed to the elements than the Purple Mountain tour. And the Purple Mountain tour was easier to find. The parking was a little bit easier to get to. And with the Purple Mountain tour, we had the option to close down the bus if we like the sides of the vehicle if it did rain.
Do you think that the public is best served by Purple Mountain Tours sightseeing?
Yes.
And do you support their application in this matter to be a common carrier?
I do.
Do you think that there are other companies in the area that match the luxury experience that you had with Purple Mountain Tours?
No, Purple Mountain Tour, you get, there's drinks, they have a refrigerator on their bus. I think they seat more people, and like I spoke to you before about the outdoor indoor experience, being able to close down the bus is very helpful, especially for older people or young children.
Thank you, Ms. Hibbert. I tender the witness.
Cross-examination,
Thank you, Your Honor.
and please pull that microphone a little bit closer, Mr. Barner.
Okay, better. Ms. Hibbert, you say your occupation, you're a horse trader?
I am.
And do you also train riders or just horses?
I train riders, mostly children. I teach kids between the age of 12 and 15 primarily, but I do also teach adults.
Okay, and as part of those teaching, do you ever take them on tours? Horse tours? You never leave the arena?
We stay on our 10-acre property. We do ride outside, and I guess you could say we tour our own barn, but we typically don't go outside. I occasionally, yes, but only with friends.
Okay, so but when you do go up, you go into, it's in mountainous country, correct? You're near Loveland, is that what you said?
We're in Loveland, pretty close to town, about 10 minutes from town.
So you can do the Sylvan Vale Ranch?
Yeah, we're about 8 to 10 minutes from Sylvandale.
Okay, so it rains there sometimes when you're riding, doesn't it?
It does.
And isn't that part of the experience of riding a horse, to be close to everything?
We have an indoor facility, so we provide both indoor and outdoor riding.
Hold on, there was an objection to that question, and whenever there is an objection, I have to rule upon it before you answer. I believe the objection was relevance. And allow council to respond to that, and then I'll rule.
Well, the relevance is that we live in Colorado. This is the whole application is about sightseeing in Colorado. Now, one can experience Colorado in a bubble, or can experience on horseback and have that experience with the wind in your face and the rain on your head. Or you can also, if you're too old like me and you get too old to ride your horses, you maybe go on a tour. But the point is that this person is talking about being an outdoors person. And all we've heard today is, oh, people don't like it because it's a little cold. Well, it's get cold. We hear that it rains when it rains in mountains. So that's the relevance of this.
Okay, that was like you're trying to testify here. Yeah, that sounded a lot more like testimony than.
I wasn't sworn in.
Exactly, and you were a counsel, you can't be testifying. So I keep asking you to give me 1 or 2 word responses. Look, the question had, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you asked her about when she's doing the horsebacking or providing the horsebacking tours, whether it rains. You didn't really explain to me how that horsebacking in the rain is relevant to our case. So I'm gonna go ahead and sustain the objection. If you want to ask a different question, feel free to go ahead.
Okay. What tours, name the tour companies that you've ridden with in Estes Park?
Green Jeep tours, and I've done 2 tours with Purple Mountain.
And what about Wildside? Did you take any tours with them?
I have not.
And how about the Estes Park Trolley? Did you take any tours with them?
No, I have not.
And how about Estes Park Shuttle? Have you taken any tours with them?
No.
And what about Explore Estes? Have you taken any tours with them?
No.
And what about the CAP expeditions? Have you taken any tours with them? Did we lose a connection? It looks like we've lost connection.
And she does seem frozen. Let's just give it a moment. Sometimes it can just refresh itself. Mr. Atkinson, if you have the ability to possibly electronically reach out to her to let her know she's frozen up.
We are checking with her, Your Honor.
Okay.
It looks like she's rejoining right now. Don't go away. I think she's back there.
I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, great. Thank you for rejoining. And I'm hoping, counsel, you remember what your last question was.
Yes. Have you ever taken a tour with CAP expeditions?
No,
Oh. Now, you said you took a tour. How many tours did you take with Purple Mountain?
I've taken 2.
Okay. How much did you pay for the ticket?
I don't remember. We paid as a group.
You broke up. I didn't hear that.
I can't recall. We paid as a group.
Paid as a group? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I don't remember what the cost was.
Okay, that was one time. What about the other time?
I don't remember.
Did you pay anything?
We paid as a group. I don't recall.
What group was it?
I don't understand your question.
What was the name of the group?
It was a family group.
Both times?
Yes, once was of most of my family, and then once was my fiance and I.
What? I'm sorry.
Yes, they were both family groups.
And who paid for it then?
I would have to ask. It wasn't me.
Who is your fiance?
Matthew Ward.
Is he a witness in this proceeding?
Objection, foundation.
But you don't have to, I'm gonna sustain the objection. You won't have to answer that.
I don't think you have any more questions. That's it. Thank you.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hibbert, you said you rode, or you took a green Jeep tour previously?
I did.
Can you give me a rough time frame when that took place?
I believe that was last fall.
You have 2022?
Yes.
Did you purchase a single ticket or were you with a chartered group?
I think we were with a group.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hibbert. That will conclude your testimony with us, and you may be excused from our Zoom session.
Thank you.
All right, counsel, are we still calling witnesses out of order here?
I would like to, just because I think it makes things roll along a little bit quicker. So we'd like to call Nicholas Hofstra at this point.
Okay. I see that we have somebody identified by that name on our Zoom session. If you could go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute yourself. All right, hi there, Mr. Hofstra. If you could please raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Nicholas Hofster. Nicholas, Nicholas, Hofster, Hofstra.
All right, I'm going to give you a couple of advisements before we get started with your testimony. One, you are not allowed to receive assistance from anyone in your testimony. Two, you are not allowed to look at any documents unless you are directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. Do you understand these directions and agree to them?
I do. I agree to them.
Okay, great. I also just want to let you know, we have a court reporter who is trying to take down everything that's being said here today. And so if you could, please do your best to speak loudly, slowly, and clearly.
Okay.
To Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hofstra. Could you tell us where you work and describe where you live, please?
I am a full-time traveler. I've been traveling for over 3 years, kind of nomadic. So no permanent employment. I live off my investments and just travel the world.
That sounds fantastic. Could you describe for me your experience with Purple Mountain Tours?
I am familiar with the products that they provide. I've never taken one of their tours myself, but I was in the process of, in all my travels, I've been to many other places and I've seen the Jeep and the tours or the vehicle that they were going to purchasing and that. So the experiences I've had with them is just through the, basically the giving them my insight of what I've seen in other locations, what other parks and, like Purple Mountain Jeep or like up in Sedona, the Jeep tours up there have the same type of vehicle. They provide the same type of services and that. So that's the experience I have with knowing the process of what their vehicle is.
So you're familiar with their services and sort of their brand?
Yes. Yeah, I'm familiar with what they're providing service-wise and that.
How do you feel that compares with other players in the market up in the Estes Park area?
Objection, no foundation.
Your Honor, the question was directed to him based upon his personal knowledge, which he's just
He
described.
never said he had any knowledge of any other tour. He just talked about Purple Mountain.
Why don't you ask another question or two? And counsel, Mr. Burrow, please pull that microphone a little bit closer. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep asking you to do that because otherwise you're not going to get picked up on transcript.
Mr. Hofstra, do you have any experiences with other tours of the ilk of Purple Mountain Tours?
Yes, I worked last summer. I worked in Estes Park, Rocky Mountain for all summer. I worked for Green Jeeps and I used their services and I provided their services last summer. At the end of my time there is when Zach said that he was interested in maybe doing something and with the different, providing a higher class service, a more in-depth service. And the clientele that I saw last year coming through Green Mountain Jeeps is several of them, the people that were in the tour groups, were people that kind of demanded or requested more of a higher end service. I mean, everybody's experiences are different. And when you provide higher class services, and every service is needed, and that's what I said. So I gave and operated green Jeep tours last year. The concept that I've seen in other parks, other locations around the country, there's different grades of services, and them services are needed either way. So what I see that the concept and the services that Purple Mountain is going to provide is in line with what is out there around the country in other parks and other locations. So I have used Green Mountain Jeep. I don't know if that answers the exact question that you're asking me, but that's.
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Hofstra. How does your experience with Green Mountain Jeeps compare to what Purple Mountain Tours is going to offer?
It's definitely a different scale of service that they're providing. Green Mountain Jeeps is catering to a more open air concept. You know, you get to feel the rain, you get to feel the wind in your face, and for some people that's what people want. But also there's people that demand higher class services. That's why we have 5-star hotels, and we have 3-star hotels. So you know, people demand different types of services. And then the only other thing is when I was with Green Mountain Jeeps last summer, the thing is that we had many dates where we couldn't accommodate the influx of people into Estes Park, just because there's only so many people that were working or could outrun Jeeps wise. So just by having another service in town providing that service at that higher class, at higher scale, is going to be, you know, beneficial to the community and all the economic insight that it's going to bring to the area.
So, Mr. Hofstra, do you support the issuance of this certificate to Purple Mountain Tours?
Yeah, yes, I do. I mean, you know, anytime you can bring a competition into the area, that's going to help first bring in tourism and help provide better services. I support it.
I tender the witness.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, when you're talking about, Mr. Hofstra, when you're talking about Green Mountain Tours, I think you're referring to Green Jeep Tours.
Correct. Yeah, sorry.
And now, you say you worked for them for how long?
I worked for them last summer for, I think, a duration of maybe 3 months.
Okay. And what precisely did you do for them?
I operated and gave tours.
Okay. Did you ever work inside the office?
No.
So you didn't have any contract with reservations then, did you?
No, I mean, no, I just did the tours.
Okay. So then how would you know whether or not there was any turndowns of service? That you testified earlier that there were too many people, not enough Jeeps.
Yeah, as you're in the parking lot, and I was providing the tours, but people would come up to me and ask, "Hey, can we get on a tour?" And I would say, "Well, you have to check in the office." They would go, the clients would go into the office, they would check, they'd come back and says, "Oh, we can't get any tours because they're sold out." And then the other, you know, that's one incidence of me as an operator. But then the other side of it is I had family reunion in town, and we tried to get on. I was operating a tour the same day, and my family tried to get on a tour in Estes Park, and my whole family, they couldn't get on a tour, and they were booked out for like 3 dates all through Estes Park. Yeah, I mean, our planning, we should have probably planned a little bit farther in advance, but there was definitely no clients or no Jeep tours, not any either Wild Side or Green Jeeps that were could accommodate them when they were in town for the family reunion.
Did they try Explore Estes?
You know, when you do a Google search, you come up with whatever comes up at the top. And my family tried the two that popped up, which was Wild Side and Green Jeeps. I'm not familiar with them other companies.
So then you didn't check to see if Estes Park Trolley had any space available, did you?
No, like I said, we did a Google, and my family did a Google search. They checked it, and just the fatigue of after checking a couple. I mean, after you check 2, you assume that it's done and over with, that you don't have any more ability. So they did not check any more providers in Estes Park when they were there.
And when again did you work for Green Jeep? What time frame?
It was the summer of last year. I came in July and July, August, then I left in September.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Hofstra, just a couple other questions. When you worked at Green Jeep, do you know if there were tickets sold on a single seat basis?
Objection. He's already testified he did not work in the reservations department. Asked and answered.
Your Honor, I've asked him if he knows. He either knows or he doesn't.
Yeah, overruled.
Go ahead, Mr. Hofstra.
Yes, seats were sold on tickets were sold on as seated, per seat basis. And the reason I know that is because people have came up to me and they would, get on the Jeeps and they would go in there and buy one ticket. They'd come up to me, see me in the parking lot, and they would walk inside, buy a ticket and come back out. So pretty obvious that they're buying a ticket, per seat.
Thank you, Mr. Hofstra. I have nothing further.
Mr. Hofstra, thank you for your testimony. That will conclude your testimony with us here today. You are excused from our Zoom session.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. Atkinson, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, I think now would be a good time to put Mr. Bug back up on the stand to complete his testimony.
And are we going to be able to get through his testimony without interruption again?
I can certainly do so, yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bug, please come back to the witness stand. You are still under oath. When we last left off, your attorney was asking you some questions about exhibits. So, Mr. Atkinson, you may pick up where you left off.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can I verify, I think 112 and 113 have been admitted into evidence, and now I was beginning to discuss 114. Do I have that right for your records?
My notes are 112 and 113 are admitted, as is 120.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to show the witness exhibit 114. Mr. Bug, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked hearing exhibit 114. Do you see that?
Yes.
I think we started discussing this earlier. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Describe how you have seen it.
It was submitted to us with a handful of letters for support of Purple Mountain Tours.
And it contains a date?
I'm sorry?
It contains a date?
Yes, appears July 30th, 2023.
And is it your understanding that's when the document was authored?
Yes.
And did you receive this document at or around July 30th, 2023?
Yes.
And this is a document that you submitted with in conjunction with this application?
Correct.
Do you know Gene Torgerson personally?
Yes.
And was there any quid pro quo from your side in exchange for Gene Torgerson to submit this document?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of hearing exhibit 114 into evidence.
Mr. Ferra, any objection? I think we might have even started some more here on this one the last time around.
I think we started, yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at this, I want to continue my word here.
Okay.
Look at paragraph 2 of Ms. Torgerson's letter. The biggest need for this service is the population underserved with the current providers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how Gene Torgerson would know that?
I assume she had spent some time in Estes Park. Would have observed those features on other vehicles?
You assume, but you don't know.
No, I've not heard.
That's the problem. I would object to this letter, Your Honor, because it goes to specific items. It's not just a general like the others. This one is going to specific issues. And we need Ms. Torgerson here to ask her how she knew. She may very well know, but I doubt it. It just sounds like she's saying something and I don't have the ability to cross-examine her. I think that's prejudicial.
Council, do you have a response? You look like you have a response.
I was just gonna incorporate by reference what I had previously responded in regards to this objection.
Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and admit hearing exhibit 114 over objection, and then also council, I want to point you to paragraph 1 in that letter. That very first paragraph.
Yeah.
Where she speaks to her personal experience. Okay. All right, hearing exhibit 114 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could show the witness hearing exhibit 115, please. Mr. Buck, have you seen this document before?
Yes,
What is it?
that is another letter of support that was submitted to us as Purple Mountain Tour.
And did you draft this letter?
No, I did not.
When did you receive it?
On the approximate same time frame as all those others,
Which was within,
within the initial evidence and input there, within about a week of that time.
perfect, thank you. And do you know this Jenny Homa, or is it Horna, excuse me, Horna individual personally?
I do.
Was there any quid pro quo associated with you giving her this document, or her giving you this document?
No,
This was submitted along with your materials for your application.
correct.
And do you know independently when she authored this?
I do not.
And was this in response to a request from you for public support
That is correct, at that same time frame.
at the same time frame? Your Honor, we would at this time move for admission of exhibit 115 into evidence.
All right, council, do you have an objection and or voir dire
I have
on
both.
this exhibit? All right, you may proceed with your
Thank
voir
you.
dire.
Thank you. Ms. Bug, how do you know Jenny Horma?
She is the partner of a friend of mine.
The partner of a friend of yours?
Is a significant other.
Oh. Why is Jenny Horna not able to testify here today?
Objection, foundation.
Is Jenny Horna going to testify here today?
No,
Why not?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why Jenny Horna is not here to testify?
she was not on a witness list that we requested. She owns her own business and is a very busy person.
So are you saying that she was too busy to help you other than write a letter? Is that correct?
We did not ask her to take a break in her day.
I would object because there's no way I can cross-examine her. There's no reason why she couldn't be here in person. So I would object.
Same response as previously, Your Honor.
The hearing exhibit 115 is admitted over objection.
I'd like to show the witness hearing exhibit 116. Mr. Bug, have you seen hearing exhibit 116 before today?
Yes.
Can you describe what it is?
It is another letter of support.
When did you receive this letter?
On the same time frame from the same request.
And by same request, you mean the request for public support?
Yes,
Do you know Jerome and Helen Thomason personally?
I do not.
And was there any quid pro quo associated with them sending you this letter?
There was not.
Did the receipt of the letter follow your request of them? In other words, would it have been that you received this letter after you made the request?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we move for admission of exhibit 116 into evidence.
Objection, voir dire.
Go ahead.
How do you know Jerome and Helen Thomason?
I just stated I did not. Previous customers of Purple Mountain Tours.
So that's how you know them?
Correct, I did not know them personally.
Did they take a tour with you?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you sell them individual tickets?
I don't know that without researching my records.
Were they part of a group?
Once again, I wouldn't know that without researching my records.
Do you know when they took the tour?
Once again, not without researching my records.
Do you know if they've taken tours with any other company in Estes Park?
I do not.
Object.
Same response, Your Honor.
All right, before I roll on its admission, I just want to follow up question. I think your attorney covered this, but it was honestly glossed over in terms of time frame. And I'll just say for each exhibit, rather than general references to time frame, it would really help if I could get something more specific. So can you tell me, when did you ask for the letter? And when did you receive it? And I want a month, a date, some more specificity.
Okay, we requested the letter approximately a week before the first evidence due date. I believe that's roughly the end of July 2023. And we received it within probably 2 days of that evidence submission.
All right, thank you for that. Hearing exhibit 116 is admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to show the witness hearing exhibit 117, please. Mr. Bug, have you seen 117 previously?
Yes,
What is it?
it's another letter of support for Purple Mountain Tours.
And had you made a request for public support prior to July 29th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you receive this letter of public support following your request for public support?
yes,
Do you know Jim Dorman personally?
yes, I do.
How do you know him?
He's Brooklyn Carswell's father.
And was there any quid pro quo associated with him submitting this to you in public support of Purple Mountain Tours?
No,
And this is submitted by you in association with this application?
correct.
Your Honor, we would move for admission of exhibit 117 into evidence.
Objection, Water.
Go ahead.
Is this Jim Dorman the same Dorman that is your lender
Yes,
on both notes?
yes.
On both notes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question from Mr. Barra. What did he say? Here, the court reporter. Both both knows. I didn't hear what he said.
Both notes, N-O-T-E-S.
Okay. Both knows.
Yes, promissory notes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I know this is kind of mumbling a little. If you could be a little more. Speak.
Mr. Barrett, do you have more questions?
Yes. I wasn't sure if she was there.
I think, Harriet, you did get that now. Yes?
Yes, I did. Thanks.
Do you know what Jeep tour other than yours, what Jeep tours other than yours, Mr. Dorman had taken in Estes Park?
Our tour is not a Jeep tour. The only Jeep tour I know of in Estes Park is the Green Jeep Tours.
You're not familiar with the Wild Side tours,
They don't use Jeeps.
and you're not familiar with the Explore Estes tour?
They also do not utilize Jeeps. Only Green Jeeps, to my knowledge, utilizes Jeeps.
And what about Cap tours? Cap expeditions, excuse me.
What is the question in regards
The
to?
question is, don't they use Jeeps?
Not to my knowledge, no. I believe they only use vans, but maybe buses.
Cap,
Yes, sir. Not to my knowledge, they don't use any Jeeps.
they use buses?
I believe so.
Well, I object, same objection.
Same response, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 117 is admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to ask that 118 be brought up on the screen. Mr. Bug, have you seen exhibit 118 before today?
I have.
What is it?
That is a letter of support that we requested for Purple Mountain Tours that was submitted to us for the first evidentiary submission.
And to clarify timelines, had you requested public support before July 29th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you receive this letter from Karen Dorman shortly thereafter?
yes,
You did not write this letter?
I did not.
There was no quid pro quo associated with this letter?
There was not.
How do you know Karen Dorman?
She's Brooklyn Carswell's mother.
And this is submitted in association with your application?
Correct.
Your Honor, we've moved for the admission of exhibit 118 into evidence.
Counsel, I assume you want to volunteer on this too?
Yes. Mr. Bug, is Mrs. Dorman going to be here as a witness?
No,
Did you ask her to be here as a witness?
I did not.
Are you familiar with the guide that she complained about when she hit her head?
I am not.
You didn't take that tour for her, or you didn't drive that tour for her?
I'm uncertain if I had or not.
Well, it's your letter.
No, sir, it's Karen Dorman's
I
letter.
know, but you're sponsoring it. That's the problem.
Objection non-responsive.
Objection. Where are you objecting?
That's a confusing objection to me. This is,
It's not a question.
okay. Why don't you re-ask the question, counsel?
I'm not so sure I remember the question. You don't remember taking this tour?
I took several hundred tours probably throughout my summer, last summer, for Jeeps, but it is quite possible I took that tour. I'm not certain.
When you did do tours, did you remind people not to hit the roll bar?
I certainly did. People constantly hit their head on that roll bar going in and out.
But you don't remember taking Mrs. Dorman on a tour?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't believe it was. I'm asking her if he remembers taking her on a tour. I didn't ask if he took her on a tour.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
I don't recall specifically if I took on that tour that they're mentioning, no.
Well, Your Honor, okay, I have an additional objection then on this letter because he, by his own admission, he doesn't have any knowledge about anything in this letter, other than the fact that this person is the mother of his partner. And I mean, it has no probative value. And I think it's multiple hearsay. So I would say that although we are very lenient in administrating hearings on hearsay, I think this one has hit the bottom, and I would object.
Same response, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 118 is admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to show the witness exhibit 119, please. Mr. Bug, have you seen Exhibit 119 before today?
Yes, I have.
What is it?
It is a letter of public support for Purple Mountain Tours.
Is this in response to you making a request for public support?
It is,
And that request was done at the end of July 2023?
correct.
Did you receive this letter shortly after your request for public support?
I did.
Do you know Kathy Schockweiler personally?
Yes,
Did you draft this letter?
I did not.
You submitted this letter in association with your application today.
Correct.
Was there any quid pro quo associated with her submitting this letter to you?
There was not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 119 into evidence.
Objection or what here?
Go ahead.
You say you know Kathy Schockweiler. How do you know her?
She is the mother of a friend of mine.
Did she take a tour to, with Purple Mountain, if you know?
Yes, she has.
When?
I don't know the specific date, this season.
Before or after she wrote this letter?
Before.
How much did she pay for her ticket?
She would have been part of that group that Kira Schockweiler had testified of, that group of 3.
All right, I didn't get that answer at all. Maybe he's not using the microphone. Could you be a little more?
He's definitely speaking very close to the microphone. Why don't you repeat your answer?
I've forgotten the, she would have been part of the private party 3 that Kira Schockweiler spoke of earlier.
Thank you.
Well, I have the same objection I have for the previous letters, and I'm sure I'm gonna get the same ruling, but I object.
Same response.
Yeah, I don't need the commentary. Mr. Bud, I'm not sure I heard you testify about when you asked for the letter and when you received the letter. Each exhibit is its own.
I thought Mr. Atkinson had clarified it, but this would have been received. We requested these letters towards the end of July for our first evidentiary submission. We would receive that just before that date.
Right. Hearing exhibit 119 is admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. 120 is in. We will withdraw the submission of 121 since the testimony has been received. I'd like to ask that 122 be published, please. Mr. Bellick, have you seen Exhibit 122 before today?
Yes,
What is Exhibit 122?
it's another letter of public support for Purple Mountain Tours, who have been garnered as we requested public support leading up to our first evidentiary submission at the end of July.
So the request for public support was made by the end of July 2023,
Correct,
and this letter was received shortly after your request,
correct,
but before the evidence deadline.
correct.
Did you write this letter?
I did not.
How did you receive it?
Not sure, can we scroll down to see the signature on this, please?
All right, once again, I didn't hear. How did you receive it?
He said he wasn't sure and he asked to scroll down to see the signature area. You know,
Are you too close to it?
no, I don't think that's a problem. Just try to speak a little more clearly.
For sure, I think the reverb is the balance. The letter was submitted to us in person, as it is someone who lives in the building where our office is located.
So Mr. Silkwood handed it to you personally?
Correct,
This is submitted by you in association with your application.
correct.
Was there any quid pro quo with Mr. Silkwood in exchange for this letter?
There was not.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of evidence of Exhibit 122 into evidence.
Word here.
Yes. Has Mr. Silkwood ever taken a tour with Purple Mountain?
Yes,
When?
at some point prior to this letter this summer,
You don't know when?
not without consulting my booking books.
Did you ask Mr. Silkwood to come and testify?
I did not,
Why not?
because he submitted a letter of support.
Your attorney didn't tell you that there's supposed to be witnesses in person?
Objection, Your Honor, attorney-client privilege communications.
Yes, sustained.
If you look at the first paragraph, the last sentence, their offering is indeed unique and much needed in Estes Park. Do you know on what basis Mr. Silkwood makes that claim?
It sounds like his opinion. As a resident of Estes Park.
That's it.
Well, I'm not him, sir.
I know, that's why, but you're representing him. That's why I'm asking you. Because he's not here.
Objection, counsel testifies.
Yeah, I'll sustain that. He's not representing the person, he's providing testimony as a foundation for an exhibit, a letter that this person wrote.
And that's why I'm asking him how he knows. And he doesn't know why he knows.
I sustained the objection, move on.
Okay, well, why does Mr. Silkwood compare other tour companies to cattle haulers?
Objection, foundation.
I'm just, that's, yeah, you're right, I'm objecting to the foundation. That's a quote from the letter. Tell me, on what basis does Mr. Silkwood make that claim?
Same objection.
But Mr. Barrow, we all know it's hearsay, so, and you certainly are making your point that he can't get in the mindset of that individual. I'll just say, sir, if you know why he said that, you can certainly answer the question. If you don't know, you can simply say you don't know.
I don't know.
All right, no further questions. I object for that it's multiple hearsay and the witness is not able to explain the letter.
Same response, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 122 is admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to show exhibit 123, please. Mr. Bug, have you seen exhibit 123 before today?
Yes,
It's dated July 28th, 2023.
that's correct.
By that date, you had made a request for public support,
Correct.
and you received this on or about July 28th, 2023.
Correct.
Did you write this?
I did not.
Do you know Ruth Wendland personally?
I do.
This is submitted by you in association with this application.
Correct.
Was there any quid pro quo associated with Ms. Wendland giving you this letter?
There was not.
And again, you received this after having made the request right around July 28th, 2023.
That's correct.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of exhibit 123 into evidence.
Board here.
Yep. Mr. Bug, how do you know Ruth Wendland?
She is Brooklyn Carswell's aunt.
How old is she?
I do not know.
The letter says at our age. And I was wondering, what age is that?
I do not know. I believe she's retired, so her retirement age.
Which other vehicles or which other tour companies caused Ms. Wendland to be dismayed because they had to climb into them? Paragraph 1, paragraph 2.
I do not know.
Did Ms. Wendland take a tour with you?
Yes, she did.
How much did she pay for the tour?
I don't know the rate. She took a private tour with her sisters.
Who would know?
I mean, we could address our software and find it out.
Can you access it here now?
Objection, Your Honor, this is not a discovery enterprise. This is trial testimony.
No, it is not, and we certainly could have sought discovery on these types of issues, so sustained.
Same objection. Got multiple hearsay, and this gentleman cannot explain any of the statements I asked him about.
Same response, Your Honor.
Hearing exhibit 123 is admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to show the witness 124, please. Mr. Bug, have you seen 124 before today?
Yes, I have.
What is exhibit 124?
There's a letter of support that was submitted to us that day after request for letters of support around the end of July 2023.
So just to establish the timeline, the request was made by the end of July 2023.
Correct. Correct.
And you received this note shortly after the request was made.
That's correct.
But prior to the evidentiary deadline in this case.
Correct.
Do you know Simon Schonkweiler personally?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's the father of a friend of mine.
And is the friend Ms. Schonkweiler who testified?
That is correct. He would be the third party in that private party.
Thank you. Did you write exhibit 124?
No, I did not.
This is submitted in association with your application.
Correct.
Was there any quid pro quo to Mr. Schonkweiler in exchange for this letter?
There was not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for the admission of exhibit 124 into evidence.
Before I do this, Mr. Farrar.
Yes. Mr. Bug, look at the second paragraph there. This letter contains only information that is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Have you noticed that several of your letters have exactly the same verbiage?
Yes, I have.
And why, do you have an opinion as to why that is?
Because that is required by the PUC for letters of support.
And did you instruct these people that, all these people that would have the same information, the letter, same statement, that was required in their letter?
When we requested letters of public support, we included the 5 things that are required by the PUC in those letters, yes.
Was this a comp tour, if you know?
No, I do not know, and I do not believe so.
Do you know what other tour company trips Miss Mr. Shankwater took and felt unsafe on?
I do not know, although I know he has ridden on Agreed Jeep tours previously.
And what other ones? He says towards company trips.
Yes, I do not know the other tours or the specific one he references. I only know he has previously ridden on a Green Jeep tour,
How do you know that?
because I took him on a tour there last year.
You were the driver
Correct.
and he felt a little unsafe, according to this letter.
If
Is that
that's-
true?
If that's the tour he's referencing.
Well, is it?
Objection, foundation.
That's right. There's no foundation for this letter, but I would object that an additional objection, and that is this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Aside from all the other things he's testified to tell these people how to write these letters. And now we find out that he was the driver of the tour these people are complaining about. I object.
Sounds like something for your written statement of position. I'm gonna overrule your objection and admit the exhibit, and that is 124.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will not be submitting 125 as Mr. Alder has testified. I'd like to show this witness exhibit finally, 126. Mr. Bug, have you seen 126 before today?
I have.
What is exhibit 126?
There's a letter of support that was submitted to Purple Mountain Tour Company.
Was this submitted by the end of July 2023?
Yes,
And had you made your request for public support prior to receiving this letter?
yes,
Would that have been within a week or two of the end, July 30th, 2023?
that is correct.
Is this submitted in association with your application?
Yes,
Is there any quid pro quo to Mr. Carlisle in exchange for this letter?
there's not.
Do you know Mr. Carlisle personally?
I do.
How do you know him?
He owns the building that we currently lease.
And again, in exchange for this letter, there was no quid pro quo with him on your rent or other
Correct.
concession on your lease.
Correct.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of exhibit 126 into evidence.
Voir dire.
How is this gentleman related to the other gentleman who claimed to be a property manager?
This gentleman owns the property.
And the other one was the
Manager.
manager? Okay.
Correct.
When did he take a tour with you?
I'm not sure on a date. I don't believe he says he took a tour for us. He says he enjoys recommending it to his guest and having it as a possibility for his vacation guest.
What is he talking about when he talks about guests were not able to reserve their timed entry into the park?
He's referencing Rocky Mountain National Park's timed entry system.
What is that?
It is a pacing of entry, a timed entry system for the park. They limit entry to about 60% of parking lot capacity at every entry window.
Say that again. I didn't understand what you said.
Rocky Mountain National Park reduces their entrance into the park during the summer months because it is overcrowded. The infrastructure is overstressed, so they limit their admission to roughly 60% of parking lot capacity at every entry window, which is basically every 2 hours.
60% of what?
Parking lot capacity.
And these, what, you only get 2 hours to visit the park? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's an entry window. So you are required to enter in those timeframes. They're very difficult to get. And one benefit of tour companies is they are able to go to provide that time entry for customers so they can get in without that time entry permit.
Actually, I don't have any objection to this one.
Hearing exhibit 126 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we have no further questions for Mr. Bug.
Right, Mr. Bug, that will conclude your testimony for today. You may sit down. Mr. Atkinson, do you have other witnesses to call?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'd like to call Matt Ward. Remotely.
Okay, hi there. If you could please raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and put your hand down. I can already tell you that I can't hear you very well, so I'm going to need you to speak as loudly as you can.
Okay.
I want to give you a couple of advisements before we get started. Actually, first, why don't you go ahead and state and spell your name for us?
Matthew Ward, MATTHEWWARD.
Okay. During the course of your testimony, you are not permitted to receive assistance from anybody in providing testimony, and you are not permitted to look at or refer to any document unless directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. Do you understand and agree to these directions?
Yes.
Okay. And as I said, please try to speak loudly and clearly. We do have a court reporter who is taking down everything that's being said. We want to make it as easy as we can on her. If she cannot hear you, she will interrupt.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Atkinson, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ward. Can you tell us where you work and where you live?
Yeah, I own Primetime Auto Glass and I live in Loveland, Colorado.
Tell us about your experience and knowledge of Purple Mountain Tour Company.
From my understanding and research, they're a bit of a revolutionary tour company providing a really unique experience. I've lived in the area for a long time and I've been on at least one other tour with a different company, and it's definitely a different experience. I haven't been on the tour myself, but I've seen their van. I understand the experience. But the last trip everyone went on, I didn't get to go because I was home with the baby. I sent mom on the trip and me and the baby stayed home. But I know it's a revolutionary company that's offering some really cool services.
And you said you've taken other tours. Have you taken a tour with Green Jeep Tours?
I have, yes.
Was that or more than one tour or just one?
Just one tour with them.
When did that take place?
That I believe was November of 22-ish. It was those fall colors. I know that.
And what are the differences between your experience with Green Jeep Tours and what you understand Purple Mountain Tours is offering?
I had seen those driving around, so I knew what they were. I knew we needed to dress for the weather. I knew that we could get wet. I knew there were a lot of things that we had to plan for. It was I pay attention to the weight limits on vehicles, so I was actually really fascinated by how they were able to fit so many people onto a Jeep. And that actually had me pretty nervous coming through some of the turns and stuff. So I didn't really feel unsafe, but it had me thinking the whole time about what I was driving in. And so when they said they were going to provide a van with a retractable roof, I was like, well, that is the coolest thing I've ever heard. So if it does rain, we can cover us back up and then we're okay, right? So the Jeep tour was more, I've been on African safaris and it was very akin to that.
Is that to say it's more of a rugged experience?
Very rugged, yes.
Do you feel as though there is a need in that particular area by the public for what Purple Mountain Tours is offering?
Yes, I wouldn't have been able to like take my grandma on the Green Jeep tour, but she could have easily gone on a Purple Mountain tour. It's not very accommodating. You had to climb up into a Jeep. And so if you were any sort of handy capable at all, it would have been a challenge. And I thought about that and I was like, well, that's because everybody in our group was pretty young and able, but I didn't know like because you have to get in and out of the Jeep on the tour to take pictures and do things. And so in and out of it is a lot of work, where the van that I've seen that I know they use for the Purple Mountain is very accommodating and very ADA friendly. And for me, that was very important. just as far as a quality of a company goes.
In terms of your knowledge of any other tour companies in this area, is anyone doing the same thing? In other words, is there service of the Purple Mountain kind being provided elsewhere?
Nothing that I am aware of that uses like a retractable roof van with a specific kind of niche target audience there. I'm sure there are people giving tours in cars, maybe. I've never done research to look for that. Like I said, I've only seen the big Jeep style ones. We were actually up there for a horse show a couple weekends ago, and I was in the passenger seat, and my wife was driving, and my fiance was driving, and I was filming a bunch of people in an uncovered Jeep in front of us getting soaking wet in the rain. And we were just kind of laughing that, oh, well, that's not going to happen in the van, so that's good for them. But I think that was par for the course on that type of experience. So you have to prepare for that type of ride, I guess.
Mr. Ward, thank you for that. Do you support Purple Mountain Tour Company's application in this matter?
I do, yes.
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ward, do you know a person by the name of Gabrielle Ibbert?
Yes,
How do you know her?
she's my fiance.
Is she the person you referred to in your earlier testimony?
Yeah,
The mother of your child?
yes.
Now, when you said you took Green Jeep tours, was Zach the driver?
Yes, he was.
How was the service provided?
I learned more about the park than I had in 5 years in about 45 minutes. I wasn't expecting to actually learn things. So that was the part of the tour that I thought was really, really cool. It kind of distracted you from the cold.
So all things said, you enjoyed your experience with Green Jeep tours?
I enjoyed the commentary that was given, but that doesn't negate what I said earlier about the feeling that the vehicle was overloaded.
What basis do you have to say that?
Say that?
Yeah, that it was overloaded. I mean, what?
Oh, just if you look at a picture of it, the contraption that they have slid into the bed of this quasi pickup truck. If we were in the back of a half-ton Chevy, or even a half-ton Chevy, yeah, I'd say 3/4 ton I would have been comfortable with, but a half-ton Chevy, if you're familiar with the weight limits, that would have been comfortable. A Jeep, I don't know what kind of reinforcement or structure they had to do to make that comfortable. But again, rather than enjoying the peace of the mountains, I was wondering, what have they done to this Jeep to make it so it can hold this many people? And that wasn't something I should have been focusing on. That was my point of my earlier statement.
How many people were in the Jeep?
I believe there were 8.
And was this a Gladiator or?
It was a Gladiator, yes.
So that's the.
I remember specifically asking about the Gladiator during the trip. Again, not that like I have extensive knowledge of the weight limits, but it was something that I was focusing on, which is something that if I was focusing on it, I'm sure there's others that were as well.
Now, are you aware that Purple Mountain is only asking to operate during certain months of the year?
Yes.
And you're okay with that?
That's their desires.
But they, you said you went on this tour in November, correct?
Yes, that was a Green Jeep tour though.
Yeah, right. Well, you recognize, of course, that you would not be able to take that tour with Purple Mountain in November because they won't be running in November if they get this authority. Are you aware of that?
Well, I was less concerned about the time of year we're going. I was just excited to go on the tour, so I really wasn't paying too close attention to that.
Was that an elk bugling tour?
A what?
An elk bugling tour?
I don't know. Where I live, I can hear the elk bugling all the time. So it was definitely not a specific tour. No, I don't remember seeing any animals actually. Just lots of fall colors.
So was a fall color shirt in November?
I mean, that's what I took away from it. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure everybody took away something different though. It was just a tour.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ward, I just have a couple more questions. You
Okay.
mentioned a Jeep tour from last November, and I think you said there might have been another one, but your wife took that trip and not you. Is that correct?
My wife took the Purple Mountain tour. Yes.
Oh, understood. I got those confused. For
Yeah.
your Green Jeep tour last November, did you buy a single seat or were you with a chartered group?
I don't recall.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ward, thank you for your testimony. You are now excused. You can exit our Zoom if you so wish. Mr. Atkinson, do you have other witnesses to call?
I do, Your Honor. The applicant calls Pam Doles.
All right, so we're about 2:47. I'm kind of hoping we can get to a good stopping point at about 3 o'clock. I just wanted to give you that advice before we get started.
Certainly.
All right, so do we have the witness on Zoom? Yes, I do see an individual identified by that name. If you could turn on your camera and unmute yourself for us. Pam Doles.
There I am.
All
Sorry.
right, that's okay. All right, if you could raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I do. I affirm. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, put your hand down, state and spell your name for us.
My name is Pamela Doles, Pamela, last name Doelze.
All right, let me give you a couple of advisements before we get started. One, you are not allowed to receive assistance from anyone during the course of your testimony. You are not allowed to review any documents to assist you with your testimony unless directed to do so by one of the attorneys or me. Do you understand and agree to these directions?
Yes, I do.
All right, I do also want to let you know one other thing, and that is that we have a court reporter who is taking down everything that is being said. If you could please try to speak slowly, loudly, and clearly so that she can capture what you say. If she has trouble, she will interrupt you.
Okay.
All right, now I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Atkinson begin his examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Doles.
Good
Could you tell us where you work and what where you live?
I work for a decorators, a composite decking manufacturer, and I live in Greeley, Colorado.
Thank you. What is your familiarity with Purple Mountain Tours?
I have become friends with them through a mutual friend that works there, and I've gone on 2 tours.
When were the tours that you took?
In May, and again, I believe it was the end of June or middle of June.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Describe for us your impressions of the quality of Purple Mountain Tour Company.
It was an amazing tour. I learned a lot. The van is very well kept and clean and safe and warm, or cool in the summer months. Yeah.
And had you any other experience with any other touring companies?
Not here, no.
Gotcha. What is your sense for how the market accepts Purple Mountain Tours and their luxury sightseeing tours?
Objection, no foundation.
Again, Your Honor, I asked for her personal experiences. I can lay more of a foundation if that would satisfy.
I think that would be a good idea. I'll sustain the objection for now.
Ms. Doles, how did you choose to take a Purple Mountain Tour, these 2 instances?
They were groups that I went with a group the first time in May. I was invited along. And then when my niece came to visit, I did a tour with her just from the familiarity from the first time.
And have you spoken with anybody else who has taken a Purple Mountain tour, or have you recommended them to anyone else?
I have recommended it to other people. Other than the group I went with, I don't know of anybody else.
And do you support the application for Purple Mountain Tours in this matter?
I do. Absolutely.
Your Honor, I tend to the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Olsey, when you went, the second time you went on a tour with Purple Mountain, you said there were the two of you?
Yes.
How much did you pay for your tickets?
I believe they were $50 a piece.
Okay. And do you know what the name of the tour was?
We did, you mean like where we went?
Well, I mean, was it the half-day tour, the full-day tour?
It was the Trail Ridge. We just saw Trail Ridge and back.
Okay. And were you in the big Sprinter or the small Kia?
In the Sprinter.
And when did you say you took the second tour? Was that this June?
It was, I believe it was like around the 23rd of June or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but right in that time frame, like the third week of June, maybe.
Okay. And based on that experience, are you now supporting this Purple Mountain for this authority?
If you mean that, do I support them being able to do the tours? Yeah, absolutely.
But based on your experience in that tour, you're now supporting them, correct?
Yes, I would go on that tour again and again.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Nothing from the applicant.
All right, ma'am, thank you so much for your testimony. You are excused and welcome to exit the Zoom session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the applicant's final witness is Jeff Courtwright. We can wait until after the break or take him now, whatever pleases the commission.
Why don't we go ahead and take our recess now? All right, we will be in recess until 3:10 p.m. Right, before I officially call our case, let me just check in with our court reporter. Harriet, are you there and are you ready?
I'm here.
Okay, we will go back on record and proceeding number 23A-0078CP. We last left off Mr. Atkinson, and we're about to call your next witness, so why don't you go ahead and do that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant calls Jeff Courtwright.
Right, I see we've got Jeff Courtwright on with us on Zoom. If you could, please raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I affirm.
All right, go ahead and put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for us.
My name is Jeff Courtwright, Jeff. Last name is Courtwright.
All right, before we get started, I want to give you a couple of advisements. First one is you are not allowed to receive assistance with your testimony. The second one is you are not allowed to look at any documents during the course of your testimony unless you are directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. Do you understand and agree to these directions?
I understand and agree.
Thank you. And then I also want to let you know, we have a court reporter who is taking down everything that's being said. So to make it easier on her, please do your best to speak loudly, clearly, and slowly. If she does not hear you or doesn't catch anything that you say, she may interrupt. Mr. Atkinson, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Courtwright. Could you tell us where you work and where you live?
Good afternoon, everyone. I work for a corporate trash company, currently residing in Kansas City, Missouri.
And tell us your familiarity and how you know Purple Mountain Tour Company.
Yeah, so I lived in Loveland, Colorado from 2013 up until spring of 2023. Came across Purple Mountain Tour Company in May of 2023 when I was looking for a private tour, and I saw their van. And at that point, I decided that that was the vehicle that I wanted to take the tour of Rocky Mountain National Park in this time around.
Have you experienced with other tour companies in Rocky Mountain National Park before Purple Mountain?
Yes, I did one tour with, I believe it was Green Jeep Tours in 2022 or 2021. I don't recall which fall it was, but it was one of those falls. I believe it was 2022.
And tell us how the experience with Green Jeep differed from your experience with Purple Mountain.
So with Green Jeep, I paid by the seat, and we were in the back of I believe it was a Jeep Gladiator, just on some benches. The back of the Jeep had been kind of retrofitted to accommodate as many guests as possible. It was not enclosed or as enclosed as the Purple Mountain van could have been if the weather would have turned for the worse. And the ride was a little bit rockier, a little bit more bumpy. Myself, I have a 3-year-old. And so at the time, my daughter was 2 when we went on the Green Jeep tour. And I ended up just holding her the entire time just due to her safety.
Gotcha. And with respect to the tour at Purple Mountain, tell us about some of the amenities and things that were given and the luxury nature of the tour.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I mean, the vehicle. You know, I work with commercial drivers all the time. That vehicle was the best I've ever seen out there in Estes Park. Everybody had their own seat. You know, the whole top of the van slid back, which was a very unique and cool experience. And it turned a lot of heads when we were out there. But I would say that the comfort, absolutely, what was next to none. They even had a little coffee bar at the front of the van in case we wanted, you know, some snacks or coffee when we were doing our tour.
Gotcha. Have you spent much time in Estes Park?
Yes. So like I said, I lived in Loveland. So I would go up there as often as work allowed. I would say 4 or 5 times a year usually, just for hiking or visiting all the shops up the drag and all the Christmas stores, buying ornaments and stuff.
What's your impression of how that community might accept a company like Purple Mountain Tours?
Well, I mean, like I said in the beginning, that van is amazing. Like if they're advertising luxurious Rocky Mountain tours, and that's the vehicle everybody's going to want to ride in. And I think that's the only one up there as far as I've seen. So I think everybody in Estes Park, whether it be tourists or locals, would be respective and welcome that sort of service into their town.
Do you feel like there's a lot of sightseeing tours that are in and around the Estes Park and Rocky Mountain National Park area?
I mean, I think the demand is there, and so the supply tries to match the demand. But the demand of luxurious tours, I don't think there's the supply of that. I really don't.
Gotcha. Mr. Courtwright, do you support the application of Purple Mountain Tour Company in this matter?
Absolutely.
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Please. Right, you said that, Mr. Cartwright, good afternoon. You said that you took a Purple Mountain tour in May of this year. Is that correct?
No, I did not. I said I found them in May. I believe I took the tour in July.
Oh, in July. Okay, sorry about that. Do you remember what day it was in July?
I'd have to look it up. I want to say it was after 4th of July weekend.
And how many, was it you and your child and who else?
Me and my child, and it was quite a big crew actually, because I've got some friends in Fort Collins and Loveland. I want to say there were 9 or 10 of us, or 9.5 and 10.5 of us, depending on how you count my daughter.
Okay, and you all were able to fit one vehicle?
We were in the van.
You're talking about the Purple Mountain vehicle?
Correct.
Yeah. And all 9 or 10 of you were able to fit in that one vehicle?
Oh yeah.
And how do you know each other, the group that went?
How do I know who?
The people in your group. You said there was a large group of you.
Yeah. Friends, coworkers. I worked for the trash service in Fort Collins, Colorado for 9 years. So I've made a lot of friends and acquaintances.
Anybody else on the tour too?
I'm sorry?
Is there anybody else on the tour besides your group?
No.
And who paid for the group?
Well, we collectively paid for it, but it came out of, one account. So we all pulled in money.
You get individual tickets?
No, we paid a group price.
A group price. And did your group have a name?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so it was just a bunch of people that know each other got together and went on a tour, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, am I correctly summarizing your testimony to say that, in your opinion, there's sufficient supply of, quote, ordinary tours, but you say that there's a need for super fancy tours like Purple Mountain provides. Is that about right?
That's kind of putting other words in it, but I mean that.
Well, you rephrase it then. I don't want to put words in your mouth, please.
Okay. Well, I would say that I mean, as far as I know, there are tour groups in Estes Park. I would say not enough to meet the demand. The supply is trying to meet the demand. But sometimes when you look to book a tour, you know, you could be 3-4 weeks out if you're trying to book it just on a whim. And as far as luxury tours go, I don't feel that there are enough luxury tours, not super fancy, but luxury, for the area.
Have you ever taken a tour outside of July, or is that the time you usually take your tours?
I believe I took a tour in September with Green Jeep Tours of 2022.
Did you have any trouble booking that reservation?
No, because we booked it 4 or 5 weeks in advance.
Was the vehicle full, the September vehicle, was it full, or were there available seats still left on the vehicle when you got out?
The only available seat was that of that my 2-year-old would have taken had the seatbelt worked.
Do you remember who the guide was for that trip?
No.
Was it Zach?
I don't remember.
Do you know Zach?
Yeah, I know Zach.
But you don't remember if he was your guide?
I said I don't remember who the guide was. I said no, it was not Zach.
Was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
Can you describe him?
Middle-aged, white guy, average weight, average height. I mean, I was looking at the landscape. I wasn't really paying too much attention to what my tour guide looked like besides what his voice sounded like.
And what time of September was this? Do you remember?
Beginning of September.
So it was too early for the fall colors?
No. I mean, the leaves were just starting to change. They weren't in like full effect, but.
Did you report the seatbelt issue to anyone?
I think I mentioned it to the driver.
What did the driver do?
The driver what?
What did the driver do?
Well, I reported it at the end. You know, we were all climbing onto the bus and everybody else was waiting on us. So I reported it to him at the end. So there really wasn't anything he could do.
Is there any reason why you didn't report it to him right away?
Like I said, we were all in a hurry and I didn't really think it was a big deal to hold on to my daughter.
I see. Okay, fair enough. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further from the applicant.
All right, Mr. Courtwright, thank you for your testimony. You are excused and you may exit our Zoom meeting if you so wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good day.
Mr. Atkinson, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the applicant rests.
Okay, I'd like to turn to Green Jeep Tour. Ready to call your first witness?
Actually, I'd like to make a Rule 41B1 motion to dismiss.
Go ahead, make the motion.
Thank you. Rather, under the applicable statutes and rules regarding certificates of public convenience and necessity, the applicant to be successful must prove not only that there is a need for service, but that the existing services are materially inadequate to meet those needs. The public convenience necessity involves more than merely citing a better ride. And with that, I quote Public Utilities Commission versus Burl Harvey, that's BERLHARVY, 371 Pacific 2nd, 452, Colorado, 1962. The service of existing carriers must be proven to be materially inadequate, not just a little bit, materially inadequate. And the test of material inadequacy is not perfection. And that's from Ephraim Freight Lines, Inc., that's EPHRAM versus Public Utilities Commission, 380 Pacific 2nd, 228 in 1961. And moreover, the inadequacy, the material inadequacy of existing service must be shown to be substantial, not just one mistake. It has to be a pattern of inadequate service. And that's also from Ephraim Freightways. And it must be shown by proper evidence of a continuous existing common carrier service of inadequacy before a new authority can be granted. That's Denver Rio Grande Western Railroad versus PUC 351 Pacific 2nd, 278, 1960. A common carrier, so long as it provides adequate service, is entitled to protection against competition. And that's Public Utilities Commission versus Donahue, 335 Pacific 2nd, 285, 1959. And one other factor that has come up in this case, and that is illegal operations cannot be the basis or showing of need for additional service. And that is McKenna versus Nigro, NIGRO, 372 Pacific 2nd, 744, 1962. In this case, all we've seen is preference for fancy vehicles. There was no need shown that the existing service is materially inadequate. There was some reference to having to maybe not people walking in and not being able to get a Jeep tour on that day at that time. There was one or two instances of that, but that was the height. That was the high season. That wasn't an average season. That was July, the height of the tourist season. If the carrier is not required to maintain enough vehicles to have peak service all the time, when it is by definition peak service. One could not survive if one had 20 vehicles that are only required for maybe 2 or 3 weeks of the year, and the rest of the time, those vehicles, those drivers have nothing to do. PUC, the statutes don't require that level of service. Nor does the statute nor the PUC require that we have luxurious service. It was testified by numerous witnesses that, yes, it's nice to have a fancy vehicle, but you're really coming to see the mountains, to experience Colorado. And although for some people, wind in your face, rain on your head, coldness at the top of the mountain may not be comforting, but for others, those are the stories they tell when they go back home to Chicago in the flatlands and the hot weather and the humid weather. That's what they remember. For everyone, it's different, but that's not what the PUC requires. All the PUC says is, let there be sufficient, adequate service of whatever type. That's what we have found in this case. Estes Park does not suffer from a lack of carriers. There's at least 6 carriers authorized to provide sightseeing service in the Estes Park area, and they are Estes Park Shuttle, Estes Park Trolley, Explore Estes, Green Jeep Tours, Wildside Tours, and Kep Expeditions. Those are 6 legal carriers. And then there's a whole bunch of illegal ones who are operating without any authority, or as the evidence has shown in the preceding, in this case, they operate under a deregulated permit, either an LLC or an ORC, and are selling individual tickets. Now, this carrier already has a Lux limo permit. It chooses not to operate if this certificate were granted all year long. There were witnesses who took tours outside of the parameters of the scope of the time scope of this application, who would not be served by this carrier if the authority sought or granted. The only difference between what they have now and what they want is the ability to legally sell individual tickets. But they're doing that already. And there has been cases, the student movers case is probably the best one, where the commission said, you know, we could give you authority, but what difference does it make? If you're operating illegally on the day you're holding your hearing, asking for authority, what difference does it make if we give it to you or not? You're doing it already. And I submit that's what's happened here. We have a carrier who's selling individual tickets, and virtually all these people, with few exceptions, who testified today are testifying based on illegal operations. And that's McKenna versus Nygro clearly states that illegal operations don't mature, don't build up into a grant of authority. So we have no showing of material inadequacy of existing service. We have no showing for a need for service in general, but only a specific, I would call it a high price worry type of service. People are not happy with sirloin, they want prime rib, fine, but that's not what the law requires. So I would submit that applicant has failed to meet its burden under the statutes and under Rule 41B1 of the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure, and request that this application be dismissed.
Mr. Atkinson, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Colorado Rule of Civil Procedure 41B provides Green Jeep the opportunity, of course, to move to dismiss, provided there is no right to relief. Purple Mountain Tours has gone through great lengths today so far to demonstrate that there is in fact a public need through testimony as well as through documents, and that the existing services that are provided in the area are inadequate. What Green Jeep Tours is asking the court to do, or the commission to do, is to essentially substitute its judgment for the public's in terms of what the public believes is important, as we've heard today from their testimony. We've heard individuals testify regarding their firsthand experience, both in business as well as consumers in the Estes Park and Rocky Mountain National Park areas, that there is a need for this high level and safe level of service in luxury sightseeing tours. Most of these witnesses have likewise testified that there is a dearth of other competitors who can provide this level of service for people who do not want to be drenched with rain, bounced around in the back of a Jeep, people who have small kids who might have 2-year-olds who can't be buckled up because the safety belts don't work, and that type of thing. Also important is that the testimony from Mr. Bug is extremely comprehensive because he has experience working for Green Jeep Tours as well as informing Purple Mountain Tours thereafter. Safety is a factor as well as the luxury tours, and simply stating that there are lots of actors who are competing in this particular area does not rise to the level of a 41 dismissal. In fact, there is no evidence other than Mr. Bug's incidental testimony that these other companies that council cites to are actually in the sightseeing tour business. And the evidence that came out through Mr. Bug's testimony was that at least one or more of them were actually performing shuttle or taxi type service. Other witnesses testified to the same thing. And as a result, the argument that there should be a 41 dismissal simply does not hold water. As far as materiality and the adequacy that's in this particular, that supports the application, again, we defer both to the testamentary as well as the documentary evidence of those things. And with respect to what council calls a deregulated permit and selling individual tickets, I might point out that the old stones and glass houses offer a proof. When this burden of proof is shifted over to Green Jeep Tours, and in addition to the evidence that we've seen today, there's a lot of activity that's going on by Green Jeep Tours without a permit, without the authorization from the Public Utilities Commission, and at times without any authorization whatsoever. So no one has testified today that any illegality is necessitating a CPCN. Rather, what the testimony has been is that this is part of the business plan to conduct a highly safe and a high luxury experience to tour Rocky Mountain National Park in this area. So for those reasons, we ask that the motion be denied.
All right, I want to say that I think Mr. Barry raised several valid points in terms of substantial inadequacy. However, I will say that there has been at least some evidence presented as to the substantial inadequacy of competing services, enough such that I'm going to deny the motion to dismiss. I will need to really consider all of the evidence and evaluate the evidence. I'm not going to make a determination on that now, and therefore I am denying the motion to dismiss. Okay, so with that, Mr. Vera, are you ready? Or wait, remind me to take a quick.
I was just going to ask about 109 and 110.
Oh, yes. I'm glad that you reminded me. Mr. Atkinson, did you get those uploaded into your box.com folder?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm told that we have, and they should be there.
Added today, right?
You're correct. Yeah, it should have been about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I see them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a record of what's happening right now. Mr. Barry might want to pay attention to this.
Sorry.
We had two exhibits that we had initially had them designated as confidential. They have been de-designated as confidential. Those are hearing exhibits 109 and hearing exhibits 110. Mr. Vera, memory serves, your objections to those exhibits were because they had been designated as confidential. Now we have them unredacted and ready to admit into evidence in public forum. And so I'm ready to do that unless I have missed something you want to remind me.
No, I believe that was the basis. I wanted to have the public so that we could use them without the cumbersomeness of unnecessary confidential ruling on those exhibits. So I don't have any further objections to them.
Okay, all right. Hearing exhibits 109 and 110 are admitted into evidence. And these are admitted from Vox.com. They are not admitted by administrative notice. And just to clarify what that means, that we are taking it into evidence electronically from the Vox.com process. And then I will also clarify for the record that hearing exhibit 109C and hearing exhibit 109C, which was originally the confidential version that was admitted into evidence, that is not going to be what's admitted into evidence. I'll make sure that's clear in my recommended decision. And the public version that we had admitted of that, which was just marked as hearing exhibit 109, also is not the document that's being admitted. The one that's being admitted is the unredacted document marked as hearing exhibit 109, and we just took into evidence electronically. Okay, Casey, were there any other matters like that that I've missed? Okay, great. All right, Mr. Berry, you ready to call your first witness?
My first witness, Your Honor, will be an adverse witness, Brooklyn Carswell.
Your Honor, anticipating that this was going to happen, I've looked through Green Jeep Tours witness and exhibit list, and I don't find Ms. Carswell anywhere in there. Nor do I find any statement that Green Jeep Tours has endorsed the witnesses of other parties as potential witnesses in their cases in chief. As a result, I haven't been furnished with an explanation of the nature of the testimony as I would otherwise be entitled to pursuant to the rules. And that's assuming we had gotten this seasonably, which of course we didn't get this until very recently. As a result, the applicant would object to presenting Ms. Carswell as a witness in this case.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Your Honor, we don't call her as a direct witness. We call her as a witness for impeachment. And we clearly stated in our witness list that we have reserved the right to do so. And that is pretty standard operating procedure in all legal proceedings. And of course, we could not furnish Mr. Atkinson with a summary of what our anticipated testimony would be because we didn't know it until now. Now, if Mr. Atkinson would like me to wait until Monday to put Ms. Carswell on, and then I can supply him from my notes now when I'm going to ask her. If that would help him out, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Your Honor, I don't see any statement regarding impeachment witnesses in the Green Jeep Tours witness list either.
Oh, it's there.
All right, so typically in our procedural orders, there is very commonly language that says that any party may call any other party's witness and need not list them separately. I was just reviewing the decision and I'm not sure that I could find that language in this decision. Though I have to say it is pretty common practice. Because that, I don't see that in there. And also I looked at Green Jeep's witness list and I will say the closest language that I find is paragraph 7. And I have only looked at, I think the first witness, the witness list filed on 8/21. So if there was another one, then we'll need to look at that. But that language is intervener reserves the right to add witnesses not listed above in accordance with CRS 40-6-109. Intervener also reserves the right to substitute another individual for the named individual, especially where they are representing a business in addition to giving personal testimony in the event of the unavailability of the witness listed. Is that the language to which you were referring, Mr.?
Yes.
All right. I will allow Ranjit to call this witness. However, just given that the language was not in, I can't find it in the interim decision, I am certainly also willing to go along with Mr. Vera's suggestion that she be called to testify on Monday. I think at this point, there's at least been some disclosure about what Mr. Vera believes the nature of that testimony will be. I want to just turn back to you, Mr. Atkinson. How does that work for you?
The intention was that Ms. Carswell would sort of listen in remotely on Monday. To the extent it looks like we're getting to Monday anyway. May I have a minute to confirm?
Yes, and I'll just say as we have done with other witnesses, if it would help, I think she could testify remotely on Monday.
I think we prefer to present her on Monday if that's the court's order that she's to testify.
Okay then. All right, so that's what we're gonna plan on doing. Mr. Barr, let's call another witness. We need to take advantage of the time that we have.
Well, we do not have any witnesses that are prepared right for today because I was assuming that Ms. Carswell would take based on the hours of time that applicant had estimated, it was like way over a day's worth of testimony. So we're prepared to start off on Monday.
Well, that's not acceptable. I mean, how many times has a hearing gone exactly as expected? And I will say in my lifetime, never. So you always have to be prepared to present your case when the hearing is set on the first day of trial. So that's not acceptable. I see, is Ms. Schultz the representative for Green Jeep Tour?
Yes.
She is present here today?
Yes, she is.
I am willing to take a recess if you would like.
I would like.
Take some time to chat with your client and prepare. And, you know, if that's the witness that you want to call, that's fine. We can call her after we take a recess, but you will be calling the witness. We will be moving forward.
Okay.
All right. It is 3:50 right now. We'll take a recess until 4:10. That gives you 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
finished yet. We're not finished with
Harriet, I just want to check in to make sure you are ready to go.
Ready to go.
Right, we'll go back on the record in 23A-0078CP. Mr. Barry, you can call your witness.
Thank you. Before I do, Your Honor, I do have another motion. I know.
I'll just say, we have a hard stop at 5 o'clock.
I just get going at 5. Anyway.
We're all gonna get locked out is the problem.
I mean, we could stay in here, but we
Yeah,
can't leave and get back in.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be not good. Okay, my motion is this. I have reviewed all the testimony of all the witnesses. And it appears that the only witness testimony bears on the county of Larimer, Colorado. Although this application has a radius of 136 miles of an undetermined spot called Granite, Colorado, we don't have any evidence in the record for any service requirements for any other county, Routt County, Moffett County, El Paso County, Douglas County, that's right, because that's not in the Pueblo County. There's a San Miguel County, Ouray County, Montrose County. These are all beautiful places, but there's been no testimony for any need whatsoever about service to any of those points or any problems with existing services. And so I would move to limit any authority granted in this case to between points in Larimer County.
Are you offering to stipulate that an authority be granted?
No,
Okay.
no, this is in lieu of, my first motion is to dismiss, okay, in its entirety. But if you do not grant that motion, then I would like you to consider this as a subsidiary motion.
Yeah, honestly, we've had a full day of testimony. I would have to review the testimony in detail to confirm what you said, and therefore, I'm not gonna rule on it.
Okay. At this time, then I would like to call my first witness, Nicole Schultz of staff.
Okay, Ms. Schultz, thank you. Hopefully now know where the witness stand is. Please come up to the witness stand. Okay, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm testimony you will give here in this proceeding will be the truth? Okay, and you can put your hand down now. I'm gonna need you to get much closer to the microphone. Please make sure that it is on. Yes, it is. Okay, and state and spell your name. Nicole Schultz, NICOLESCHULTZ. All right, Mr. Barrett, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz, what is your occupation?
Owner operator of Green Jeep Tours
And where is Green Jeep Tours based?
in Estes Park, Colorado.
Okay. And what does Green Jeep Tours do?
We provide sightseeing tours, educational tours of Rocky Mountain National Park and the surrounding area.
And you didn't get your start in tour business. You have another profession too, don't you?
I'm a pharmacist. I have my doctorate of pharmacy.
And how long were you a pharmacist?
10 years.
Now, what got you interested in going from pharmacy to tours?
So I did my first tour when I was in pharmacy school. I did a double-decker bus tour in New York City, and it was amazing, and I was hooked. And after I did that, I did tours all over, every vacation all over America, all over the world. And coming to Estes Park, I saw that there wasn't really any tour companies and decided to start a tour company. And originally just kind of, Estes was different back then, was much smaller, much less busy. And I thought, oh, I can do this for a few months, because pharmacy is, pretty repetitive, get a little dry, thought maybe a little diversity in my life. Then I could do both. And I did do both for a few years, and then I realized that made me crazy. It was really hard.
Where did you do the pharmacy when you were doing the tours?
In Phoenix, and then I did some work in Nebraska. I would do it in the wintertime and work night shift, overnight shift, and
What brought you to Estes Park?
I was dating a guy here, and anyways, that didn't work out, and luckily he left and I stayed.
I see. And are you happy with your decision?
Yes,
Now, what kind of vehicles does Green Jeep Tours operate?
we use Jeeps.
Now, Jeeps has become sort of a generic term like aspirin. Can you be more definitive, please?
So we use Jeep Wranglers and we use Jeep Gladiators.
Can you describe each vehicle, please?
So the Jeep Wranglers, kind of their traditional Jeep tours that you can find other places. The Jeep Wranglers, we modify, we take the rear seat. You want to know about the modifications?
Sure.
We take the seats, we take the rear seats out and put seats in.
Now, when you say we, let me interrupt you. You don't do that yourself, do you? Or do you? Who does that for you?
A certified licensed welder.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify that.
Okay, yeah, no. Although welding looks cool and fun, but I've never tried it. I think I might be good at it though.
So what do you do with the Wranglers?
So we remove the back and then put seats in them. And a roll cage on top. And then the Gladiators, we do leave the seats, so there are interior seats on the Gladiators, and put seats in the rear with a roll cage on top.
And you have a certificate of public convenience and necessity, do you not?
Yes,
When did you obtain that certificate?
earlier this year.
And was it protested?
Yeah.
Who protested your application?
Estes Park Shuttle, Estes Park Trolley, Wildside. I think that was it, right?
Okay. And you were able to obtain the authority nonetheless, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, under this authority, you use both the Gladiator and the Wrangler?
Yes.
What is the difference between the Gladiator and the Wrangler in size?
The Gladiator has 8 seats in the rear and then 5 seats in the cab area.
Now, you have been here today for the entire hearing, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony of Mr. Budd?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mr. Budd?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Mr. Budd?
Mr. Budd contacted me last year in April, saying that he was interested in, doing tours and asking if we'd be hiring for the season. And I said yes. And he, started rather quickly. we, did a few training tours, gave them a couple booklets, advised them some YouTube and like different movies to watch that are, do you prefer to read? Do you prefer to watch TV to learn? And then he has his first training tour with another guide that rides along, makes sure everything goes smooth, and as long as he feels good about doing tours on his own and the other guide does, and then of course, then we have him start doing tours.
So you hired Mr. Buck.
Yes,
And how did you find him as an employee?
he's good. He did a good job.
And were you sad when you left?
I'm sad when anyone leaves. But I mean, it was winter and there wasn't, it's getting close to winter and there's not necessarily enough work. So that's pretty traditional in this business that I can't keep the same level of staff in the winter as in the summer.
But you're open all year, are you not?
Yes.
And what type of tours do you provide in the wintertime?
Tours of the national park, they're different, they're altered, they're significantly more open-ended because we have to work with the weather and everything that's going on.
And do you still find people who want to take your tour in the wintertime, even though it is an open air vehicle?
Yeah, we put tops inside and we have some heated blankets and we'll enclose the back so that it, stays relatively warm and have people dress warm. And, I've tried different options with heats and we're like, putting in additional heaters. Believe it or not, the Jeep heaters, when it's enclosed, do a really good job. Jeep maybe doesn't have a great reputation for electrical and different problems, but their heaters are solid.
Now, you said that there was less traffic in the winter and the summer. Can you give us a kind of like a ballpark estimate of percentage wise? I mean, well, how much traffic would you say you get in the winter as opposed to the summer in percentage?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's leveling out more as time goes. The shoulder season is much larger. Like we do like March and April, November, December, we definitely, have enough to staff some people. January is tough in Estes. That's a slow month.
Is it fair to say that the summer season subsidizes your winter season?
Yes, for sure. Yeah. The summer pays for all the rent in the winter.
Excuse me.
The rent and the insurance and everything.
Now, what would happen? Oh, let's scrape that. Have you noticed your traffic this year as opposed to last year as being better or less or the same?
The last month has been slow, way slower.
And you're talking about August?
Like August and September definitely slowed down.
As compared to last year?
Yeah, I actually only compared recently. I didn't compare all of summer.
And why did you decide to make that comparison at this time?
Because we were so much slower recently. Like July, it's not as obvious, but when we were, having time slots with no tours going out in the fall, that's slow. And, my guides are like, hey, I wanted more work. And we don't necessarily have the work for them.
Did this drop in traffic coincide with the start of Purple Mountain Tours operations?
Yes,
Is it your opinion that you've suffered diversion to them from their operations?
yes,
And this, if your demand at this point in time is lower than it has been, what do you project for your ability to continue operating on a yearly basis?
I don't know if I've thought through it that far.
Is it scary?
I mean, a little. Luckily, I can be a pharmacist. So I won't starve.
Now, in addition to your CPCN, do you have any other authority from this commission?
An ORC,
What's an ORC?
off-road charter.
And what do you do there?
We do that for different charter groups that we go on dirt roads.
And what is your understanding of the commission's definition of a charter group?
It seems to have been evolved over the years, but currently, it is a group affiliated by religion, family, or business, I believe.
So, and a group of friends would qualify as a charter group, in your opinion?
Objection calls lack of foundation.
No, I believe there was ample foundation.
It also calls for a legal opinion.
No, it's not legal. It's administrative.
That's legal.
No, it's not.
Yeah, well, no, it's not. It's not really the best response, council. Why don't you try to ask a couple more questions? Let's just lay a very fulsome foundation. Thank you.
Okay. How do you base your opinion as to what charter service is in the PUC? What is your basis for making that statement? What research have you done?
I don't even know what it's called, where it defines charter.
Oh, the commission's regulations.
Yeah, the rules and regulations.
And you read that?
Yes.
And did you also seek advice of counsel?
Yes.
And you were advised that that's what the definition of charter is?
Yes.
All right, I think I've laid my foundation.
Go ahead and ask the question. We'll see if there's an objection.
I forgot what it was. No,
You might have covered it.
I think I probably did. In your opinion, what is charter service under the PUC's regulations?
It is when a group affiliated by a religion, business, or family books a tour. Actually, social charity may be another word for it.
Okay, but it's not just a group of people who want to take a tour together, in your opinion?
No, it's pretty specific.
Okay, thank you. Now, and you all operate the ORC all year long too?
Yes.
And this past summer, how many individuals, how many guides did you have?
I wasn't quite prepared to look at these numbers. I think 15, 16.
And how many vehicles do you have?
7.
And what, are they all gladiators?
5 are Gladiators, 2 are Wranglers.
And what model years are they, the Gladiators?
2022s, 2021s. The Wranglers are 17 and a 13.
What is the seating capacity of the Gladiator?
13.
With or without the driver?
12 with the driver.
And what about the Wrangler?
10 with the driver.
Now, describe the convertible top that you have on your vehicle.
They are vinyl coated, with a vinyl coated, what do you call that? Vinyl coated fabric, I think is what they call it. Vinyl coated fabric.
And who supplied that? Was that manufacturer or is that an aftermarket?
It's aftermarket
And why did you select this particular fabric?
because it's waterproof.
It's waterproof?
Mhm.
Any other reason?
I've tried different things and this is what the guys like best.
Do you listen to your guides as far as advices to things like?
Yes.
And so the covering was a suggestion from your guides.
Yeah, and different, yeah, but this, after trying different things, this is, the ones that have used different things, this is the one they like best and worked at different companies.
Now, let's go into your operational system a little bit. How do you take reservations?
We have an online booking system and that people go online and book their own tour, they enter their own information and, you know, and the availability is online, real time, or they can call in and book over the phone. And when we do that, then, you know, we take all their information, their name, their phone number, their email, and then their credit card information. We either charge the credit card at the time of purchase or we put the tour on hold with a credit card.
And why do you do that?
Because if you don't get a credit card, they don't show up and they don't care. They're very disrespectful. People are very disrespectful.
Now, once that reservation is made, is it put in a computer? Is it put on a piece of paper? What's the procedure?
It's put in a computer.
It's all computerized.
Mhm.
And who is in charge of doing that?
The office, people that work in the office.
I see. And has one of the applicants, principals here been one of your employees who worked in the office?
Yes, Brooklyn did.
Okay, once the reservation is placed in the computer, then how do you assign drivers?
The office is in charge of assigning the drivers and the Jeeps and the guests. And so, you know, we look at what we have booked and group them evenly. And then, you know, the office, you know, assigns a Jeep and then assigns a Jeep to a guide. And then, you know, informs the guide who is on their Jeep.
And now, as far as the guide versus Jeep, does the guide have a choice of vehicles that he can use, or do you assign them?
A lot of the guides have preferences, but we often have to assign. the Jeeps for different reasons, for availability and different sizes and things.
Okay. Now, with the respect to Mr. Buck, did you assign or did he choose his vehicle?
Well, Brooklyn was working in the office. Every day that Zach worked, Brooklyn worked.
That wasn't the question I asked.
Oh.
What the question was, did you assign the vehicle to Mr. Buck or did he choose his own vehicle?
Oh, I did not assign the vehicle to him.
So it was either the person in your office who was in charge of?
Yeah.
Okay, and who would that have been at that point in time?
Brooklyn.
Okay.
Or Deborah.
Now,
Zach had a preference.
what was the procedure for the drivers informing you of anything that may have broken on the trip? What was your procedures there?
They had a pre and post form to fill out, and that was to be filled out with every tour. And that information is also supposed to be put on there.
Was it?
I looked at Zach's forms and none of them had anything put on them.
Now, did you have an occasion to review the letters of support attached to this application?
Yes.
And did you note in some instances that these folks claim to have written on your service?
Yes.
And were you able to find these folks in the computer system?
Some of them I found, but they did not pay. They were canceled in the system. So it appears as though they never showed up for the tour.
But today you find out that they apparently did show up, right?
Right. They were paid, canceled, and refunded even.
So in your opinion, do you think they took the tour or not?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to who we're talking about.
The folks who testified today that they took green Jeep tours.
I mean, it would be much better for our record if you could identify those witnesses.
All right. Give me a minute, please.
The door, you want me to tell you?
Yeah, if you have that.
The Dormans canceled the tour. It was booked by Brooklyn. It was canceled by Brooklyn and it was refunded by Brooklyn. And the Schonkwilers were a no-show, and Gabriel Hibbert was also a no-show, and none of them ever paid. And no credit card information was put in the system. I'm kind of going off memory, but emails were not in there, they bounced back. Phone numbers were 11111, it was not not our policy and procedure. It was outside of our policy and procedure as to how to take a reservation. We always get name, phone number, email.
And these were lacking on the Dorfmans?
Yes, and in the comments, it also said requested Zach.
And who would have made those comments?
Brooklyn.
Now, what was the name of the first tour that you ever conducted for Green Jeep, under Green Jeep Tours?
Rocky Mountain Experience.
Isn't that what their tour is called today, the one that was supposedly
It's really
confidential?
ironic. Flashbacks.
Now, were there any others of the witnesses today that you can identify that you could not find in your records?
I couldn't find the Courtright gentleman either. And I couldn't find, well, I couldn't find Matt Ward, but it sounds to me like he went with Gabriel, who, you know, there was a reservation, but once again, it was incomplete and unpaid, and they never showed.
According to your records, they never show, is that correct?
Right, yeah. And then the first gentleman, I didn't look that, I could not find him either. Sean Albers, or what was it, isn't it Sean? Your first witness. Sean Albers, the manager of the rental place. And he was
Sean Alder.
I could not find him either, but there's a possibility that I didn't look back far enough.
How far back did you look?
Oh, gosh. Was it 2 or 3 years? I'm not quite even sure. I can't quite remember.
And you couldn't find him in that period of time?
No, but
What about Lisa Spitz?
she did work at Green Jeep Tours.
For how long?
It was short, and she worked like a day a week or something.
How did she get to, how did you find out about her? How did you hire her? What were the circumstances behind that?
Another one of my guides referred her to do tours, and so she did, and so she did tours, and then apparently Zach in Brooklyn recruited her. Because when I called her, she said she was working for them.
And what about Kyra Schunkweiler?
There was a reservation for Schonkweiler, but not paid and no show. And it also said requested Zach.
So according
The
to,
reservation was made by Brooklyn, and it said requested Zach.
and according to your records, that was a no-show?
Yeah, there was no credit card in there, no payment was received.
And yet you heard testimony today that there was a tour given, correct?
Well, it wasn't, it was under TJ or Travis Schonkweiler, I think. I don't know. I can't remember. But there was a Schonkweiler in there.
So according to your records, do you think Kyra took a tour with you or not?
I have no idea. She didn't pay if she did.
And you have delegated this responsibility to your office manager, correct? To
Yes,
properly input this information. And who was that office manager during this period of time?
Brooklyn,
The applicant here.
yes.
Now, you have heard testimony about certain things in the operations of Jeep Tours. What is your policy if a customer, passenger finds something at odds with what they want, like, how are you supposed to know this, since you obviously are not on the Jeep and have drivers driving? What is the responsibility of the driver in that situation?
We have incident forms and then they also have their pre and post forms.
And after you get a pre and post form, if there's something on it that's irregular, what is your standard procedure?
We figure out how to take care of the problem, pull it out of, use other vehicles.
Now, you've heard a lot of talk about your modifications on the Gladiators. Who did that?
I can't think of his name right now, but he builds dune buggies, sand rail cars. And so he has a lot of experience in building vehicles.
And who do you have do the maintenance on your vehicles?
Sometimes the dealership and then sometimes like local Estes Park mechanics.
What determines whether you take it to the dealer or take it locally?
A lot of times the timeline, the level of the problem, if it's under warranty. Just working with all those things, but sometimes the dealerships can be really slow. And, depends on the severity of the problem. If it's super expensive and under warranty, I, usually take it to the dealership.
Most of your vehicles are under warranty still, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
For the record, you have to say yes or
Oh,
no.
yes.
So to sum up your testimony, why are you opposing this application?
Because there are a ton of tour companies in Estes Park. And so far, Purple Mountain has shown me that they're doing exactly what Green Jeep Tours does. And so it's just gonna be a duplicate service. And, I don't have, currently, like I have Jeep setting, I have guides wanting work, I'm kind of creating work for some of them. And we're, and it's just a concern that everything is gonna keep going down. I mean, Zach had said that a lot of businesses said they were down in May and June, which I 100% heard also. I did not check my figures, but across Estes Park, everyone said they were down May and June, and I know I've been down August and September, and it's it's changing there, and there might be like 30 tour companies there. There's a lot of them.
Can you give us the names of a representative number of these vehicles? We've already talked about the 6 legal ones. Now, can we talk about the rest of these? You said a ton, huh? How many do you think there are approximately?
Shocking number, actually, but like literally, I think there might be 30, 25.
Can you give us a couple of names?
Walking with Chad, Aspire Tours, let's see here, Colorado Sightseer. I think Tour Estes Park Guides. Oh gosh. I was gonna like study this, but I wasn't quite prepared. There's of course the ones we've already talked about. I think what is it, like Sasquatch Tours. There's like Rocky Mountain Photography Tours, Yellowwood Guiding Tours. There's, in the last few years, a ton have popped up. I don't know.
To the best of your knowledge, do any of these carriers that you just mentioned have PUC authority?
Some of them have their ORCs. And of those I just mentioned, I don't think any of them have their CPCN.
Now, if this application is granted, what effect do you think it will have on Green Jeep's operations?
I think it will affect Green Jeeps. I mean, the routes are the same, like I said, like, you know, they've called different guides of mine and asked them to come do tours. I don't know what all has happened there, but you know, taking my routes, taking my staff, I mean, these are things that I spend a ton of money building. And when I've asked some of the guides, they didn't, you know, they didn't go in and apply. They were asked to do tours, which is, in a small town, there's a level of integrity there. Like Wildside and I, like, you know, we've known each other for a long time. I've never asked any other guides to do tours. I have had some other guides apply, but that's a different, where the initiative comes from. And Zach and Brooklyn were logged into my computer system, you know, this year. And I, you know, have records of that. And so I know they have, you know, all my financials and all my customer lists and everything. Because it's very worrisome to me.
So in sum, you would, what would you like the judge to recommend to the commission to do in this case?
I think that their idea of luxury with their vehicle is fitting, and I think they should go on with their luxury limousine charter permit.
And what about their CPCN that they're asking for today?
I don't think there's a need for it. And the current CPNC holders will be affected. And it will affect the quality of our current service also.
How so?
Because our summer pays for everything. And so if we're, you know, if business is chiseled away, it affects everything. You know, I've had days, even in September, where I'm not, like the tours are not keeping the lights on. I'm like, well, luckily I had July. And this is September. And September is usually decently strong.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schultz, for your testimony. I pass the witness for cross.
Mr. Atkinson, do you want to give, start your cross? You got about 3 minutes before 5. We could go probably right, maybe you full 5 minutes if you would like. Go ahead and start, otherwise we can recess for the day.
Your Honor, I prefer to recess.
Okay, all right, that makes a lot of sense. Don't say I didn't try to take advantage of our time here today. Ma'am, you can go ahead and step down. And just be prepared to be testifying on Monday. Just procedurally speaking, I'm thinking, let's finish her testimony first on Monday, and then you can call additional witnesses, and that you know, would include the discussion that we had earlier today about Ms. Caswell. I also want to ask you, Mr. Vera, about the rest of the witnesses that you've listed. There was an amended joint witness matrix that was filed listing everybody's witnesses, which should have been filed in the first place together, and only applicant indicated whether the witnesses were testifying remote or in person. So first question is, are you planning to call everybody on your list? Second question is, if yes, will they be here in person or will they be testifying remotely?
Oh, we did submit a statement stating that we would have, I would be here in person and Ms. Schultz would be here in person and everyone else would be testifying remotely. So I don't know how that didn't get into the record. As far as the witnesses on that list, I will look over my notes from today and determine which of those we still think would be needed and which would be cumulative. I don't think I will have all of them though, because I think that there'll be some I can weed out as being cumulative.
Okay. All right, before we recess, let me just check in with person who's really helped us keep things going today. Casey, is there any other procedural items you need to address?
I think so.
And then to the parties, any procedural items that we should address? Yes, Mr. Atkinson.
Yes, Your Honor, I just want to make one point. It's just sort of a advisement. I have to leave town for a funeral. I'm flying out tomorrow morning. I should be back on Sunday, but the way my flights have gone this year, it's always a thing. So in the worst comes to worst, if I get stranded in Atlanta, I will still participate, but I guess I would just want to advise the court, I might ask to appear remotely if that tragedy occurs.
I'm sorry that you have to go into a funeral and for your loss. What airline are you flying?
Yes.
There is one that I know can be
it's that one.
difficult. Okay, all right, well, good luck. I hope that you're able to make it back on Sunday. And if we need to accommodate you participating remotely, I will just say I've done tons of remote hearings where everybody was remote. It is manageable. And we do have all day on Monday, and it's looking to me like we're not gonna need all day. So if we have to take breaks to work out technical issues, we'll sort it out.
Thank you, Your Honor. And by the way, thank you for reorganizing today. I appreciate that. You allowed that.
Sure. And also, just as a reminder, on Monday, after Green Jeep has rested its case, applicant does get an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence. So I just, that's our standard practice. Just want to make sure everybody was aware of that. And Mr. Vera, did you have any other procedural items that you think we ought to address before we adjourn?
I don't think so. I think everybody wants to go home.
All right then, thank you. Today's hearing will be adjourned and we'll be back in session on Monday, September 18th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Thank you. You're great.